Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And I found this nice video. It's a 3-minute video. It was created about 10 years ago by Keshe Barrera, and I just want to use it for educational purposes. As above, so below. And welcome everyone to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for February 25th, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skorick and each and every other panelist and attendee who's here, you all have a microphone and you're all encouraged to contribute and create some fields, some interaction, even if it's an imbalance of fields, because that actually starts the creation process. Well, the video we saw is just another example of as above, so below. I know Tesla was looking at the larger operation. Da Vinci was looking at the sort of smaller operation of what powers this unit we all walk around in. But if they would have been born at the same time, I think the world would have been further advanced. And of course, Mr. Keshe has explained this many times. If you're trying to understand the large or the small, and we read in the book, man exists and operates within the universe, and the universe exists and operates within the man. And so if the universe is 95% energy, do you have to move your physicality that much to experience 95% of the creation? So again, it was for educational purposes. I thought it was elevating. And again, that's Handel's Messiah, I believe, was the background music to it. And of course, as we understand, you're your own Messiah, and you are the last man standing. So, and just another confirmation of sort of that work. We're going to cover the 526 Knowledge Seekers Workshop today, but only just skimming the surface and hardly with a deep understanding. But there's more to be taught and more to be explained about using some of the new offerings. We'll go through the store and see what's new there. I know the products will continue to increase there. But as usual, we start with the World Peace Treaty, which is again another step in a process of steps to interact in a way more and more and allow man to go and explore the universe as a peaceful creature, even though we know that some civilizations like to confirm their existence. For the most part, the universe is peaceful, as we see with the solar system. So I'm going to pull up the World Peace Treaty if I can. Oops, that's not the one. But yes, you see that in the formation of the Universal Council video as well. Let's just make sure we have it here. Here it is. Okay, and this is a document that the world leaders will be signing and the religious leaders will be also endorsing, whether it's with a pen or whether it's with the pen of their soul. You don't have to physically sign it, but I think we'll see a lot of the religious leaders in the coming time taking off their frocks and walking away, as Mr. Keshe has often emphasized. This is part of the process, and he's been opening the books as we're going along, little by little, gradually, slowly. It seems the history is actually more accurate than the holy books, but this is our World Peace Treaty. And again, it's more about finding peace within yourself, which is the starting process, and then peace with your environment, your surrounding, and then, of course, peace with the universal community, if we can put it that way. You can find this document on the Keshe Foundation website. You can download it and share it and endorse it yourself. And by endorsing it yourself and displaying it, I think you give other people the strength to possibly reach to that understanding that, yes, peace can be achieved, but it's going to come from the collective awareness. So the more people understand about this and we reach a tipping point, the faster I think we will create that condition in the matter state. And then it's just a step to get to the next step, which is exploring the universe and interacting with what he's called our billions of cousins across the universe, as we all seem to come from the same creator. It's just us that we don't understand fully the process of the creation or the creator. But slowly, slowly, step by step, we're being brought more and more into this understanding, into this knowledge of creation, and so on. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? I'll read it. World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, as a body, bodies, or souls. Simply put your name, your signature, your date, position held, and again, on behalf of. Is it your nation you're standing in the balance for, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or as an individual? Have it witnessed, as most documents are witnessed, and I think the witness will obviously become somewhat elevated or think about this process that it can change simply the name, signature, date, position held. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow man and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And that's one of the videos we will show today. It's me. I made the man in the image of myself, but it's actually me, the Creator. We've put some lipstick on it, some hair and some skin and some physicality to it, but it seems it's all the Creator, and we're just coming into this bigger understanding of the creation and what we see around us. So whether you're looking at a mosquito or a ladybug or a piece of metal, a stone, it's all the Creator. So that's why I think we say that all souls are equal, because this is the Creator, and this allows us the connection. We understand our soul is built above and on top of the soul of the Creator. So thank you all for listening to that. Feel free to share it with people. It will give them some elevation, and also they can join the peace process. If it's your wish to see peace, path of peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving, will create a position of change. No other thing. So this is the document that we've probably all signed, and if you haven't, again, you can download it there, but you don't have to sign it with a pen. You can sign it, as Alex likes to say, with the pen of your soul. And of course, when you go out into space, you'll never see anything written but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. Yes?
I'm I'm having a hard time getting a hold of Randy.
Okay. All right. Maybe you can share something in the chat, a phone number or something, or just pass a message, or one way or another we'll make that contact. That's no problem.
Okay, I'll
We're having trouble getting into the chat.
That's no problem. Ray, I know Diane is still in the recovery mode, which is beautiful, and she sounds much stronger. Would you like to give us any update on Diane and her progress? Because we've all given and are wondering, and she will eventually turn around and elevate all of us and more. There's still more work for Diane, I think, to do in this realm of the physicality.
Yeah.
Anything you'd like to say, feel free.
I'm here with her now. She's doing exceptionally well. She gets a little frustrated with her computer a bit. That's relearning a lot, but she's waving her hand. Don't say too much.
Okay, yes.
I don't know how to get a hold of Randy.
We
Okay,
want to give Randy the address, so if he can
okay.
contact me
Yeah.
or
No problem. Yeah. But I'm
Oh,
glad to
yeah.
hear that. As I said, I think she's going to be a brighter light than ever before, as there was a reason she went through this and is recovering and is coming back to fully join us with the physicality and the soul.
Yeah, and Brandy's got her phone number. He can just call her. She knows how
Okay.
to answer it.
Okay, good, good.
Text them the address, whatever.
And
She's
how is the hospital looking at the progress, if you would like to share that?
Well, she's walking around like she's oh, she's. Do you want to say something, Diane? Stop.
I did want to know how to get hold of Randy.
Okay, that's,
You have your phone number hidden in your telegram, Diane. In other words, I would have called you.
Okay.
How to unhide it.
We can text right now. We can text if we can do that. I got
Yeah,
her.
you
in
can
my-
do that, but make sure that you send it in. If you're, can you text on her telegram, or are you going to use the chat in the Zoom?
Just on your phone, right, Diane? I don't.
He didn't say phone, he said.
And I can't. I don't know much about her computer.
I'll
Yeah,
try.
we shouldn't. I don't know if we want to. I don't mind sharing my phone number. I'll just. Can you access the chat in Zoom, Ray?
No, I don't know how to
Oh,
do that. Melissa.
Okay. What about you, Diane?
Hey, chat.
Okay, here. I'll just give you my phone number verbally. I don't mind.
All
It's
right.
587
Here you go, Diane. Oh, she's got a pencil.
587.
587
859
859
9146.
587.
859 9146. My phone's on 24/7.
587 854
859 859.
859. Yeah.
Yeah.
This should-
587 859 9146.
Hey, how you doing?
good.
You're there? I'll be there 1 minute. Just
Okay,
computer.
Okay. No problem, guys.
good. Thank you, Randy. And again, I'm not very well versed with these these mechanisms myself, but I have.
again.
Randy, will you say the number again?
587 859 9146.
Can I call you too, Randy?
No problem. Just if you're gonna call me for dinner, don't call me late.
Okay, good. Carolyn, I see your mic is open. Would you like to make a comment or anything there, or did it come open inadvertently?
It was inadvertent. I'll shut it when I find the page.
Well, was there anything, maybe the soul opened the mic, or as we saw in the last session, that sometimes the system has a way of opening a closed mic. Is there anything you wanted to add?
Well, I would like to say to Diane that she is an inspiration for all of us.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you. I'm having a hard time. I think I got it. Okay. I think I got it. Okay.
Great.
Bye.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you for even your presence here. I think it's elevating all of us to see that she did have some medical stroke and has recovered. I'm sure when she goes into the hospital, did any of the doctors pass out when they saw you and how well you're doing? You must have taken their breath away. I don't mean by strangling them, but I mean just seeing you walking around. Not, they've probably seen it before, but I think you're a special case. And there's a reason that all this happened at this point in time. As we understand, there are no coincidences. We need to take that out of our language in a way. much of it is the work of the soul, even though we think it's just by happenstance. So thank you, Diane. Randy? Yes? Okay. What we've been doing, we've been reading a white paper on our partners in China, although we've had some issues, as Mr. Keshe explained, with some of this borrowing or pilfering the technology, but not so much apparently the government and the military. Apparently was the knowledge seekers. And this will be rectified, as he said, it's like taking a dog with only one leg and three are missing. They haven't fully understood it, but apparently it's being shown some aspect of the technology, but it doesn't come with a blessing and so on. But I thought we'd, again, continue the reading of this white paper, which was released by China. We're not saying China's perfect or has all the answers, but they're asking for cooperation and collaboration and having a sit down with many different countries. And we see a lot of the countries are wanting to join this process. It's not perfect. We call it the BRICS, the win-win, the One Belt, One Road initiative. And it's done quite a bit of development, let's say, in the matter state and elevated people. And the idea is that if you do elevate people in the matter state, then you're worthy to be part of the universal community. So the soul of China, I think, is working in that direction. Again, it's one of the longest 20,000 year plus continuous cultures. So I think we can learn a lot and see a lot. And then we will play a short video of some people, again, traveling out through China, through some of the ancient cities. And I think you can spend a lifetime just exploring China and the surrounding area with their rich culture and many traditions in medicine, as well as so many other aspects of pottery. And it can go on and on, weaving and the rest of it. And just beautiful to see some of the other cultures and how they operate and just the way they do. So this is a more in the political realm, or the cooperation and collaboration of nation states, that we don't need to go into a full-scale clash of civilizations, even though some people have written books to that extent and seen this as a way forward. And hopefully we're just not using this as an excuse to create more war and conflict. But I think this is a beautiful document. So we will read again, a small portion of it here. Yeah, maybe we'll read down to 4. And this is panel number 8. 4 proposals of the Global Civilization Initiative. Jointly advocating respect for the diversity of civilizations. Countries should uphold equality, mutual learning, dialogue, and inclusiveness among civilizations, and let cultural exchanges transcend estrangement. Mutual learning transcends conflict, and inclusiveness transcends supremacy. Jointly advocating the common values of humanity: peace, development, equity, justice, democracy, and freedom are shared aspirations of people across the world. Countries should be open to appreciating different perceptions of values by different civilizations and refrain from imposing their own values or models on others and from stoking ideological confrontation. Jointly advocating the importance of continuity and the evolution of civilizations. Countries should fully harness the relevance of their histories and cultures to the present times and push for creative transformation and innovative development of their fine traditional cultures in the course of modernization. Jointly advocating closer international people-to-people exchanges and cooperation. Countries should explore the building of a global network for inter-civilization dialogue, and cooperation, enrich the contents of exchanges, and expand avenues of cooperation to promote mutual understanding and friendship among people of all countries, and jointly advance the progress of human civilizations. Gee, this could almost apply to our interaction with the universal community. I'm just making an aside comment. The international community has spoken highly of these three global initiatives, acknowledging that they reflect China's global vision and growing international influence and provide comprehensive solutions to the challenges confronting humanity. I'm just going to check my phone. I don't want it to ring, and yes, it was not muted. Sorry. Okay. The Global Development Initiative is highly compatible with the UN's 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and resonates in particular with the aspirations of developing countries for greater development. The Global Security Initiative upholds the principle of common security, emphasizes comprehensive approaches, pursues sustainable security through cooperative efforts, and makes a valuable contribution to addressing international security challenges. The Global Civilization Initiative calls on all countries to respect the diversity of civilizations in the world, which is conducive to facilitating exchanges and mutual learning among different civilizations. Let's continue. Again, this is what we're looking forward as we start interacting with the universal community. Working with more countries and regions. China has proposed a range of regional and bilateral initiatives on building communities of shared future and is working with stakeholders to build consensus and expand cooperation, thereby playing a constructive role in promoting regional peace and development. The China-Africa Community of Shared Future was the first regional proposal. It values sincerity and equality, pursues both friendship and interest, and puts friendship first, takes a people-oriented approach in pursuing practical and efficient cooperation, and follows an open and exclusive approach to cooperation. It has set a good example of China and African countries building a community of shared future. The China-Arab Community of Shared Futures, China-Latin America, and the Caribbean Community of Shared Futures, and China-Pacific Island Countries Community of Shared Futures have all made swift and steady progress. They are vivid illustrations of solidarity, cooperation, and common progress among developing countries. The community of shared future among neighboring countries has taken firm root as the China-ASEAN Community of Shared Futures continues to make advances. China-ASEAN cooperation has evolved into the most fruitful, dynamic, and substantive cooperation in East Asia. The two sides have seen a steady increase in mutual trust, engaged in frequent high-level exchanges, and established dialogue and cooperation mechanisms in nearly 50 domains and institutions. The community of shared future of Lancang Mekong countries continues to make progress. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization community of shared future has yielded substantial outcomes. The building of China Central Asia community of shared futures has made solid steps forward. The first China Central Asia Summit was a success, and a meeting mechanism at the heads of state level between China and Central Asian countries has been established. These efforts have contributed to enduring peace and shared prosperity in the region and the wider world. At the bilateral level, China is building communities of shared future with an increasing number of partners in different forms. China and countries including Laos, Cambodia, Myanmar, Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, Pakistan, Mongolia, Cuba, and South Africa have published action plans, released joint statements, or reached important agreements on building bilateral communities of shared future. China has also implemented the vision of building a global community of shared futures on a bilateral level with all the 5 Central Asian countries. And this vision gains greater traction among the people. Substantial outcomes have been delivered, significantly boosting local development and improving people's lives. The global community of shared future is a dynamic, open, and inclusive system. However, different countries may be in geographical location, history, culture, social system, size of economy, and development stage, alignment with the core idea of global community of shared futures enables them to seek common ground while shelving differences, achieve harmony in diversity, reinforce cooperation, and pursue win-win outcomes. China will work with more and more regions and countries to build a global community of shared future and contribute to the development of all countries and the progress of human civilization. Well, again, quite a positive outlook, positive document. And again, if we can do it here, which is in a way a prerequisite for us to interact with the global universal community, we can call it. And again, if we can't get our act together here, we certainly aren't going to progress much farther. Yeah, maybe go to the moon or Mars, or that's almost like going to the end of your driveway in the sphere of the universe. It's not very far. And again, Mr. Keshe is taking us to a new understanding of space travel, and that's what we'll cover a little bit of today. Would anyone like to make a comment or anything about this? But I don't hear a lot about war in this. I don't hear a lot of threatening. I don't hear a lot of saber rattling, as they call it. But it seems, even though the countries may be different in size and economy and development stages, it seems like they want to bring up the weaker up to the level of the stronger. And isn't this the way the plasma works? In a way, the stronger feeds the weaker. And the common perception, and as we all know, the big fish eats the little fish. Here, it sounds like the big fish wants to elevate the smaller fish up to their level. And this is the way the plasma works, seeking a balance and seeking to bring others up to the level you are, or even perhaps surpassing your level, which is not a problem, as long as they do better. So we will continue reading this. China is one of our partners, and of course, there's been huge documents signed and agreements made with the Keshe Foundation, and we're looking forward to that continuing. And of course, using their manufacturing capabilities to increase the store from a few hundred different products in the store to thousands, tens of thousands, and then tens of thousands, perhaps. I think this development process has no limitations, and there are so many things that will come out. We can't imagine what we will see in the future, as it's all revolving in a way around the new understanding, this new science, this new ethos, and this new language being introduced to the planet by the Keshe Foundation. So thank you all for listening to that. Again, everyone has a mic. Any sort of comments? Isn't this a beautiful alternative to a clash of civilizations? Which just a few, I think, want to promote that, but yet they have this sort of powerful positions that where the few are sort of dictating what the many will experience. And we want to turn that around where we're all equal and working together. And it's going to take more than all of us to truly open up this knowledge. And that's why Mr. Keshe is starting this game of the space travel and understanding that the countries will start to become much more enamored with this space understanding and this new way of traveling rather than killing and destroying other nations just to get material wealth or other things, keep others from developing. So this is a beautiful program. China has laid it out. The United States used to operate in a way like this, bringing other countries up, but we've seemed to lost our way in the West, and hopefully we can sit down at the table of peace. And I think the conditions are being created more and more in the background, as we know that there are certain plasmatic gases that will touch the soul of the man. But again, if we don't do it ourselves, we won't keep it. So we have to be an instrumental part of this whole process. It's not going to be waving a magic wand or sprinkling some fairy dust on this planet that everyone becomes peaceful. But we do want to move away from war and killing. In the last 3,000 years, we've had 5,000 or more wars on this planet. And again, we're on a spaceship, so we can't possibly think we're going to join the universal community. They would come here, but obviously they're hiding among us, too shy to reveal themselves because of the fact they may be taken advantage of or imprisoned or something else. So we need to get to this peaceful condition to go to the next step. Thank you all for listening to that. And now let's see if I have a video. And I just marked, this is a long video and it has a few commercials in it. These people are in the interior of China. They're not on the island of Sanya. But we'll just look at some of the beauties and some of the ancient cities that you can see in ancient techniques. Maybe we'll spend 5 or 7 minutes with this, and perhaps next week we'll go into some of the things on the island of Henan, where our next conference will be in the city of Sanya. And we'll cover this store very shortly, but just let's take a look at some of the beauties. And again, this is a 20,000 year continuous culture, one of the largest populations, although India is rivaling China, I think. But both of those countries, we have what's called the BRICS, the Belt and Road Initiative, but the B is for Brazil, R is for Russia, I is for India, C is for China, and S is for South Africa as the founding members of the BRICS nation, or the One Belt, One Road. Prior to that, I think it was called the New Silk Road, and following that, it was called the Eurasian Land Bridge, where you connect high speed and sort of recover the old footpaths of the donkeys and horses between China and Europe. And again, this would create many jobs, building a high-speed rail worldwide. I think Lincoln's economic developer had that. You can find actually plans for that, where you connect at the Bering Strait between the former Soviet Union and Alaska with a 70-mile tunnel. It can connect the entire world on the high-speed rail, opening up landlocked areas, creating tens of millions of jobs, and have a 25 or 30-year, 50-year project of continual development. But of course, that may be leapfrog with the new transmutation sort of movement on this planet, where we don't actually have to destroy anything to move around the planet. But that's another endeavor of the Keshe Foundation, is to bring the borders down, the passports down, as the fish and the birds don't seem to have that sort of restraint on them. And we are one planet, and we are moving into one nation for peace and development. So let's just take a quick look, have a little bit of fun. Americans in China, not what we expected. Feel free at any time to jump in, make a comment, ask a question, but let's just see things that we've probably never seen before, and take a few minutes. And again, all the countries are beautiful, but I think China, with its massive development, is more than willing to bring other countries up to a higher level of development in the physicality, as we've seen in the proposals, and what's been demonstrated with much of the development in China and outside of China. I don't understand it completely. I haven't studied it, but it does seem a beautiful alternative to war and destruction.
I have spent hours walking around this city, and I could spend another week doing that, just because every street is so intriguing, and every little corridor and every little turn. I mean, it's just like a maze of these cobblestone streets and these wooden structures that are just, they call you in. I mean, like a siren song, every tea shop.
Oh, so beautiful.
Oh my, look at that tea setup. Don't you want to have tea there? Every little woodworking shop, which brings me to the point of they are known for more than just coffee and tea, because there are woodworkers and leathermen and what else?
Artist. He's like making carving. Oh, he's carving a piece of
Yep.
wood right there. Holy
Yeah,
cow.
okay, here, we'll stop. Well, I got distracted by something beautiful, which is all of the artistry that is in this tea shop. And we've been learning all about it thanks to a couple of Chinese people here who speak very good English, because they used to live in Michigan and have been helping us out with the translations. But we've been learning all about how these teacups here, you see that?
There's a metal base here that then is hand painted. So all these, each one is unique, and it's actually a metal inside of it from Fujian, which is where our boat is being manufactured. So it ties back to our vessel, our home, and this is going to go with us. Well, not this one specifically. She's just wrapped
She's
up
wrapping
the one.
up the ones that we've just purchased, but very cool, because he said there's 3 unique types of metal that are only in the Fujian province, and that is what creates the look. So it's a very special process. It's all hand done. So it is very much a work of art, a little tiny something that you can use every day. I love it. I'm so excited.
It's like a little symbiotic thing that will live with us forever. So those are the kind of things we rarely purchase, but when we do, it's like, oh, that's just perfect. It's a perfect fit.
Yeah, it's kind of like a practical thing as well. When you live on a boat, that's the only thing I feel like I can justify buying.
Xie
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Nice to meet you. When we decided to come on this journey, we knew that we were going to the Yunnan province and that we were going to end up in an ancient city and get to see something really cool. But what we had no idea is that we would be walking into a whole new culture. And that is the Nasi people, and that is who started this city. One thing that really blows my mind, though, is the Nasi people have their own language and their own writing. And they are the only people in the world who still use hieroglyphs, and it is called the Dongba script.
We met this wonderful lady today at lunch, and she stopped us and said, hello, in English. Her English was perfect. And she goes, I am Nasi, and introduced herself. We told her that we went to Tiger Leaping Gorge, and she was like, that's my home. Well,
That's where my people originated from. We were like, oh wow, that's so cool.
yeah, so it turns out that they're from this amazingly beautiful park. Well, it's a park now called Tiger Leaping Gorge.
Can't waste any time. We don't have any time.
Put the camera away.
I gotta hurry up, get down to the gorge, take my photo, and get back to the bus.
Whew, it is a beautiful day. Just cold enough down here and warm as heck up top in the sun. And now we're hiking through like this deserty scrub. It is totally unique, but it kind of feels like Arizona-ish, you know, in the mountains. It is beautiful.
Well, we're now entering kind of the more foresty regions, just getting more green and leafy. As to where up top it was all the leaves were gone. So maybe it'll just get greener and greener as we get towards the bottom. That would be nice. I can imagine in spring or in summer that this would just be unbelievably gorgeous. This is just not the kind of place you want to try to do in a day. This is something I would like to spend at least a week here. At least to do it remotely justice. it's a bit painful. Just want to sit down and cry because you don't have enough time to take it all in. But it's only because we have so many other fabulous things on the horizon that we just can't stay. So, first world problems. I gotcha. But man, it's kind of Grand Canyon meets like the Gorge in Washington meets I don't even know what else. Very cool.
So you think we've reached the ladder, huh?
I think this is the ladder, and I'm not gonna lie, it looks a little sketchy.
Not as grand as I pictured.
No, they said ladder, and I was thinking like ladder.
Like the North Carolina ones we did.
Yeah, but
Oh, the Mesa Verde ladder.
Folks, if we're going to win re-election, I need you.
Okay, why don't we stop it there? But just to give you a taste of how much there is to explore and the rest of it within the boundaries of China, which hopefully those borders will come down as the rest of the nations. This is one of the projects Mr. Keshe is working on for the future. And again, with the transmutation, we don't see possibly how they would be able to control movement of people, but they may want to try. Any comments from anyone? We were just looking at some of the beauties of the country that we're partnered with that has picked up the flower of the Keshe Foundation. And I think other countries have picked it up in the background as well. They just haven't come out, but China, I think, is going to be announcing more and more of its serious collaboration with the Keshe Foundation, as well as Iran and as well as the United States. So there are things going in the background. As Mr. Keshe said, with this cosmic ray material, we've had it for 3 decades or longer, and it's just being brought into the market now. So there are developments going on between the countries as we see, but they just haven't been brought out into the public at this time. A lot of times governments do many things in the background. So let's just cover some of the things that are going on within the Keshe Foundation. I'm just looking. This is the monthly transmutation preparation sessions. We'll just click on that. And what this is every 3rd Friday of the month, of course, next month being March and people traveling to Sanya and the rest of it, it'll actually be the 4th Friday, I think the 29th. So every 3rd Friday of the month until June, and there may be something again offered after June, there will be full day sessions from 9 to 17 CET offered for those that would like to prepare for the transmutation. You can book individual sessions or bundle all 6 sessions for a discount. So I think we've gone through January, we've gone through February, and now we're looking forward to March. Again, this is a virtual seat where you just sign up and pay through the store, transfer your funds, and then you'll receive a couple emails where you'll give your email and you'll be allowed into the system. And most of the time is spent just listening. Again, waiting for the soul to perhaps move and also to correct any conditions within you, but that's not the main purpose. That's sort of an offshoot of these sessions. Really, it's about developing the wellness space centers, and there's a lot of things going on in the background, and you can help by paying for a seat to help the development of these transmutation sessions. There'll probably be more, but I'm not sure. But it's really helping. So we may have 50, 100 people in some of these sessions, but the system is being perfected to then invite 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, or perhaps even 1 million people simultaneously into the system, perhaps for wellness, perhaps for feeding, or some other things, even space travel, perhaps correcting conditions of imbalance in the soul or in the physicality of the man. Soul of physicality, I should say. So that's one of the offers, and this is the least expensive offer from the Keshe Foundation, and everyone has different experiences of what they go through when they go through these systems. And even if you don't feel anything, there may be energies or other little things or bits added that you're not fully aware of at the time. But most of it is just a silent session of just listening. And there are some instructions periodically, and you're interacting, and the system's interacting with you, and you are interacting with this wellness system, which we've shown many, many times in this meeting. So you can look for that. It's called the Keshe Foundation Wellness Space Travel System. So let's go back to the, again, other offers within the foundation. The next least expensive is the third plasma space traveler seminar, which again is going to happen. One has happened in Manchester, a second has happened in the London, UK, and now it's going into the island of Hainan in Sanya. Let's just click on that. And this is a seminar going on, showing advanced technologies that people haven't seen, and some private sessions for the political and military leaders of the Chinese government. Following the first Plasma Space Traveler Seminar in Manchester, UK, and the second Plasma Space Traveler Seminar in London, UK, we are happy to announce the third Plasma Space Traveler Seminar in Sanya, Hainan, China, to take place on the 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th of March 2024. You can read the rest of it. And then, of course, the following conference will be in Iran, as I understand it, in Isfahan, which is a very safe and not prone to earthquakes and that sort of movements. This is why Mr. Keshe scheduled it there. Following that, the showing of the technology to governments, government officials, and nationals will happen in Washington, D.C. as it's scheduled now. We'll have to see what things come about, whether that'll happen at the end of this year, the beginning of next year. Again, much of this is flexible, but this is already set. So there's still time to sign up for it. And again, if you can just, I think the cost of the seminar has actually been waived, and if you can provide your own accommodations and travel to get there, they would waive the actual ticket of the 1,500 euro plus the value added tax. So these are offers. Again, if you're traveling far, as many of us would be, we're going to also make a small vacation in a way to see the beauties of the interior of the island and the beaches and the rest of it. It actually has a climate about the same as Hawaii. Maybe a little bit unbearable in the midday, but quite accommodating in the early morning and late afternoon hours. And the next, again, we're going to cover this today. This is a plasma cosmic ray material. We'll cover a little bit of this. This is a brand new material to us, but as Mr. Keshe said, we've had this material for decades. It's been within the Keshe Foundation. And again, there's not a big description on it. He's going to teach more. It's being offered at 1,000 euro per gram, which he said is actually peanuts if you understand the capabilities of this material. It comes in a sealed vial. You're not to open this vial or crack it or play with it in that way, but you can put it in the house, and there'll be many other understandings that are going to be shared, and it would make the transmutation environment quite accommodating within the home, perhaps bring more peace and balance. But this material is going to allow to float in its price, and it's almost like some sort of exchange, and you'll need these materials for transmutation. It's almost like a toll. So it'll be bought and sold within the structure of the Keshe Foundation, as I understand it. So again, it's an offer. It is in stock, and it's ready to ship. as I understand it. And I'm sure we're going to hear more. Again, we need to be taught quite a bit more about this whole process, what it is. It's new for us, but not new for the foundation overall. And then, of course, the first Keshe Space Plasma Research Team. This is a program offered by the Keshe Foundation for those who want to really seriously, not 9 to 5, but 24/7, get involved in some of the advanced technologies and exchanges between different research laboratories in China. I think it'll be set up in Sanya. In the USA, which we know John has had the facility ready since 2020, as I understand it. Maybe it was 2021, but also in Iran. So these are the three first research lab. It's a 25,000 euro offer. And again, you'd have to provide your own food and housing facilities. But this will be the most advanced research on the planet. I foresee the Brazilian Space Agency perhaps sending some. It'll be combined in the Western Hemisphere, probably between Canada, the United States, Mexico, and down to Brazil. And the one in Iran will be including Russia, I believe, Europe, Italy, China, France, UK, Germany, and the rest of the countries that are there. They will sort of coalesce around the Iranian facility. And then, of course, the Chinese, which would include probably Malaysia, Vietnam, Philippines, and of course, China and the other surrounding countries. And these centers will be collaborative. I believe that the scientists will eventually actually be transmuting between centers and sharing knowledge fully. I think they'll be equipped with cameras. There'll be nothing hidden. This is not about nationalism or any sort of thing like that, as we understand. Every scientist, and you don't have to be a scientist, you can be a layman as well. You're going to be playing with some of the most advanced technologies. But the idea is to leave your flag of your country outside the door and probably work in the one planet, one nation, one race for world peace sort of atmosphere. John will be heading it up in the United States. And there's going to be some fantastic things coming out of this into the public domain. But again, you can sign up for 1 year. You can continue that into a second year or a third year of research, which should make you quite familiar with what is being shared at this point in this step at this level. So those are the offers. Any questions or comments about that? I see someone I need to make a co-host, and I'll do that right now. Sorry, Gail. Didn't catch you sooner. Very well. Okay. So those are the offers in the store. And now let's perhaps go into the workshop a little bit more. I don't want to take a lot of time, but yet we're going to cover a few clips here. Let me see. I think the first one, I'm going to bring up the transcript, and we're going to start here, what becomes important for you. And in a way, as I said, I made the man in the image of myself, and it's been revealed to us, it's me. I am you as you are I. So really, it's the creator that has done all of this, and we've just dressed it up. We're going to go through some of these terms that we haven't heard before, carbon 800 plus and the C14 interacting with the C60, and a lot of things that we don't fully understand, but more will be taught later. But I thought this is what I named this little clip that I cut out here. It's probably about 10 minutes or 12 minutes. It's me. We always thought the creator was somewhere else, but he's actually transmuted into you and the butterfly and the ladybug and the mosquito in the tree. So he's all encompassing, and that's why the connection is so easy. Our soul is built on top of and above the soul of the creator, as I understand it at this point. But of course, as I confirmed to you, I probably understand 1/1,000,000th of 1% of this knowledge. But anyway, let's go through this if we can. And we'll start right about here, what becomes important for you, and in the coming time we'll show. Any comments? Have I put everyone to sleep? Are you multitasking? No problem, let's carry on.
What becomes important for you, and in a coming time will show, is the delivery of the energies of the universe, making man to become the passenger of universe than the village of the man. And you cannot do this, unfortunately, with little knowledge of what we call the magnets and nanomaterials. You have creating universal materials in the plasma condition is the opening of the new science for man, where you create fields of the universe in the dimension of both manifestation of the fields and interaction of the fields, and a combination of the fields to create time, place, and space.
And don't get too concerned about understanding how you have to do a number of these things, because it may not be revealed. And Mr. Keshe seems to emphasize the idea you don't have to know how to build the airliner to buy a seat on it. You don't have to know how to make a cell phone to purchase it and use it. You don't have to understand the translator and how it works from one language to another. And he specifically says this way of this material being made will not be released at this point. And that's what we saw in the electric gas, or the gas electric unit, which is again being perfected and tested. We show you what we do. We don't tell you how we do it. So don't get too enamored with thinking that you have to fully understand at this point everything about these systems, because it's not going to be revealed. They're going to keep it very close to the foundation to reduce any abuse or misuse of this very, very deep, deep knowledge. Again, it's just the beginning, but to us, to me, it's quite a deep knowledge.
Part of what I call carbon 800 plus. In a coming time, you will understand how this works and how most of the planetary systems, solar systems, cosmic systems, and universal systems all work through the division of the field forces of this combination. And depending at what level, at what strength you use this combination, will give you from plutonium to hydrogen. From materials man cannot even imagine exist, with atomic numbers by order of magnitude bigger than what man has in his periodic table. It's important for you as knowledge seekers, important for you as knowledge seekers to move into understanding the field forces of the creation, not number of turns of the matter state of your coin. Look at the design and the intriguing structure of the brain of the man. Then understand the complexity of the life in the universe, which this, what you call your brain, is a drop in the ocean of the knowledge and the creation and the created matter life in the universe. Now you understand why in the teachings of the past I have mentioned many times, when you travel from Earth to another dimension, the amino acids, the structure of your brain cannot exist because there is no nitrogen in that environment. So what happened? It'll be your demise. It'll be conversion in what we call evolution of life for you, or you know how to handle it, and you dictate the position, time, place, and energy strength of your field. Then if you understand this, when you travel from London to New York, you decide to manifest as a woman in a wedding dress, as understanding the structure of the fields as a dog, or the rose which the lover gives to the physicality of the woman at the wedding point. You can even go into the dimension of becoming the structure of the ring and feel how it feels, emotion, directly in touch when it goes on the finger. You need to understand why for past months and years I keep on telling you, please ignore the structure of the turns of the Maghreb and look at the fields. Now you understand how those fields play the game and how you can use them to create the understanding of the evolution in the universal community, and not just evolution of the man on this planet. You need to develop technologies that it brings into play the carbon 12, 14, carbon 60, and then go in understanding of the what I call cubical structure of physics with isotopes of carbon 48. You got to understand how the system is nourished. If you take carbon 60, and if you understand the operation of cosmic rays, there is a big discrepancy in the energy plasmatic fields, and depends on the angle of entrance of the field into the surface area of the what I call containment of the carbon 60, the crystal structure. And that interaction leaves a residue which becomes the energy within the structure of the carbon 60. You have to understand the what I call how we explain energy from the beginning in the teaching of Keshe American.
And again, at this point, don't get too worried about fully understanding. In the last workshop, he said all of these things, the transmuting of the apple and the amino acids of the clothes and the amino acids of the handbag and the rest of it has already been settled in our system. So perhaps this is what the researchers will be working on, to sort of really go into a deep dive into understanding some of these things and how it actually works. Our scientists have to understand this as well, but don't get frustrated that you can't use the airliner because you don't know how to build it. You just purchase a seat on it.
And if you understood that, now you understand this part. We always said in the plasma technology, energy is considered to be magnetic fields in motion. And when you have 5-ray isotopes of carbon 14 hitting a carbon 60 surface containment, has a residual that in a way becomes what you call field radiation, and becomes the energy essence of keeping the crystal structure in operation. If you have 5 field strength to 5, what I call dimension of carbon-12. You understand this clearly, what it means, and how you can transmute, use the energies of the difference to sustain life within the crystal. And this is how your soul works. This is how your central energy works. This is why I kept on saying for decades that the food you put in your stomach is only 20% of what you actually absorb from outside, because this, what you put in stomach, it once converted into plasma, become precursor, become the source that is higher strength trying to feed. It feeds the body of the man on its way. Now this brings into focus a lot of teachings of the past. They're all coming together to give you the time, place, position, manifestation, transportation, transmutation, and everything else that is in your hand, and no one can touch it. Nobody can preach with it unless they want to find a way to steal it from you, in a way taking it from you or connecting to you to use your resources than theirs. And as it cannot happen, you understand the understanding, the knowledge of the creation. So, for the first time, maybe in a deeper understanding, you understand that even the physicality and the soul of the man is an evolution of the science and technology of the universe, which has found its time, place, and position in the condition of the fields of this planet to manifest itself as man or any other creatures. And you understand this if you comprehended the meaning behind it, means you're just part of an evolution of the soul of the Creator. And not more and nothing less. Then you understand, I made man in the image of myself, which means it's me, you're just in a way dressing it up with your physicality. And in that process, with the interaction of field of the time, place, and position, which itself comes from another field, the strength of me, creates a new you, or what you call your evolution. You look at the soul of the man, you look at the physicality of the man, and you say, now I understand I came from another planet, or whatever connection, soul, understanding the fields. Don't forget, this planet came through the same system. It's the interaction of what I call uncle with a niece, where the niece was created out of the interaction of the same, but connection to another. Now, those of you who understood this should be able to create the first transmutation systems without the matter and without gases. And those of you who cannot will have a piece of news for you after the break. But you have to understand how you use the knowledge to be part of the structure, and you not use the knowledge to destroy the structure, as you shall not be allowed. Now you understand the purpose of carbon 60, the purpose of the carbon 800 range, and the purpose of what I call, especially carbon 840 and carbon 860. This will play a huge game in which part of the universe you connect yourself. And you have to understand this. The scientists of the man has to understand the gameplay of this structure. And one day, man will come to understand this position. It has no choice.
Okay, again, don't get frustrated that you've just maybe heard these terms for the first time last week. Same with myself. I'm not needing to know exactly at this time how it's done. It's not going to be released how it's done, but the understanding will come at a later time in the future. And maybe, as I said, the research centers will bring this more into light for all of us, as Mr. Keshe will be traveling in between his other obligations from one research center to the other research center to the other research center. I think the scientists will be transmuting as well. We're going to go to part after the break here. Let me just move it up a little bit more, somewhere around here. And then, of course, I have to sort of adjust this here. Oh, that's not the one I wanted. Yeah, I think it's here. Okay, we'll go back to the store and let's see if we can find this part of the workshop. And again, if you're, this is the, if I just move it up a little bit here, you can see this is the vertical enhancement spaceship unit. And people will have this, let's say, at your local airport, maybe in a larger shape, maybe even as big as an airliner, and another one in another location. And again, people think they have to fully understand this. Well, what if you're bringing a baby or a 3-year-old child and, you know, the family wants to travel together? Does that child need to understand the carbon 800, the carbon 840, the carbon 860? No, it's already settled within the system. You'll enter the system and come out just as you were when you went in. And again, he's told us in the past, this is beyond what's going to be revealed, is beyond the imagination of even the science fiction movies. And of course, we've seen some of these in Star Trek and other things, the transporter room. Well, this is coming, and this is only the beginning. So I think there'll be many, many more things that we couldn't even imagine in the world of creation, in the world of science, that's going to be shared with all of us. And of course, as he said, we all have the capabilities within us. And so you don't really need the material, this space fuel, plasma cosmic ray material. If you understood the teaching, you should be able to create a transmutation system without matter state and without ganses. But if you don't understand it, then this is part of the offer of the cosmic ray material. Again, he said we put it on the market for peanuts, and it's really priceless in a way. So this is the beginning. He said we had to start somewhere. And of course, the governments and the military would give their arm to get a hold of some of this material. I'm sure they will at some point in time, whether it's been sold or they participate in the research centers. So let's just take a look. I think this material and more of it, perhaps combinations of it, will be used in the vertical enhancement system. But again, you're going to be allowed to use the system. And if you understand it, you can reproduce it. But I don't think many have reached that point. We're in at this time, probably, at least for myself, I can speak, I'm a little bit over my head and fully understanding this knowledge. But you're being offered to use it. As we said, the jetliner, the automobile, the cell phone, the translator, you use them all. You don't have to understand how they're made. Any comments, questions, thoughts? Okay, let's continue here. And again, probably for 15 minutes, we'll go up to about 122, and then we'll continue there and let's see how it plays.
Dimension in health and transportation never seen before.
All right, I guess I didn't start it at the right position. I wanted 104, somewhere around here and there. Let's start it here. And we're talking about the vertical enhancement spaceship unit, which of course is built into the UBISO system as I understand it, as well as the horizontal system.
The new Vertical Enhancement Spaceship Unit. A plasma space technology to prepare humanity for transportation and transmutation in deep space. Essential processes are embedded to prevent mutations and psychosomatic conditions during deep space travel. This new system is designed to support upper body conditions, especially of the lungs and intestines, and can be targeted specifically for each organ. When inside the Vertical Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the body experiences balance in totality, enabling it to correct and rebalance all the fields within itself. The new Vertical Enhancement Spaceship Unit, a dimension in health and transportation never seen before.
So again, if you have 3 children aged 3, 5, and 10, do you think they're going to understand the understanding of the C14 and the C60 interaction and then the carbon 84? They're not going to need to know it, but yet they'll transmute just as quickly as those who perhaps know it. So let's continue here. And Mr. Keshe does go on for almost an hour on this new material and some aspects of it, but we're only going to take it to 22 minutes and then we'll start perhaps another video. Let's see how this plays.
Okay, we're back again at the 526th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, February 22nd, 2024. And because it's the second part of the show, that means we get to ask questions of Mr. Keshe. So I remind our attendees here in the Zoom that you can put up your virtual hand and we can acknowledge you and allow your microphone to be open. And others in the YouTube chat or the Vimeo can put questions in the chat there. Okay, Mr. Keshe, how would you like to proceed?
Oh, very easily as usual, as before. As is our tradition, we make some announcements here that bring the knowledge seekers up to date. First of all, is that the Chinese knowledge seekers, that only applies to knowledge seekers because you have to have a Q connection and a WeChat and whatever it's called to be with us in what we call meeting of tomorrow at 8 o'clock Beijing Central Time.
So this will be the first time the Chinese had the opportunity to go into like a monthly session. And apparently it's finally been organized, but for the most part, it's not been Chinese. There have been a few in there, but for the most part. And so this is an exclusive offering for the people who have QQ connections and WeChat and whatever else you need to be part of this. And I don't know if it's going to be shared in public, but we'll have to see. But this is something, this will be their first time in sort of these sessions that we're helping to perfect the wellness space center system.
We have invited knowledge seekers across China to join us in this QQ presentation, and in a way to what you call answer some of the questions and other points which is concerned with Sanya and what we call the upcoming conference in China and our collaboration and cooperation with the Chinese community. We try to keep the same one more QQ before the conference in Sanya, and to bring up to the position of what it needs to be known and what is there to be done. Our work will carry on the same. The German community has managed to appoint raise funds for 3 members of the German community of the what we call, looks like an Austrian, Swiss, and a German. That will be sent to the Sanya as a representative of the German community, and they've raised funds for an extra 1 or 2, which the foundation is organizing for them to be present from other communities. Still goes on with the Italians are busy to send their representatives, and we haven't heard anything from the Americans because they're the rich lot, they are a stingy lot, they don't like to put anybody there because most of them they go themselves. And we'll see what happens with other communities, even Chinese who will sponsor some people to be present in the conference. As we see, as we explained, new dimensions in technology will be shown, and some of it might baffle you, some of you will bring home a lot of knowledge. There's one interesting point. This we have had for quite some time, but as we enter the dimension and interaction and the fields and the working of what we call carbon-14 plasma, carbon-16, and to understand the work of it and what has a value in the universal structured and what we call matter state, Keshe Foundation has launched a new material, which is a plasmic cosmic ray material. This material will become the backbone of what we call the currency, the existence and the work on this planet, and in the structured development of the future. We have put this material on sale on the Keshe Foundation website. We will not release the method it's produced is converted into cosmic ray as a plasma, and due to its rarity and the way it functions, 1 gram of this material has been put at €1,000. This become very much like a gold-backed currency. We buy, we sell, we exchange this material. It's the same what you had as when you bought the cash coins as donation. This is the first time we start the structure of the universal structure, which means this material, if you want, you can use it to create the conditions of the space travel. In a way, we sell the space fuel. It's not easy to produce in different combination. Domination of this will be released in coming time. Every package will have a sealed registration number on it, which means we know it's produced by us, refers back to production, and we know how it is. In a way, you mine the gold, you mine on the internet for Bitcoin. Now you have space back material. This structure, this work will become part of the universal work, and many governments in the coming time will follow. You will understand the potential of it as it comes, and this brings us back to cash coins and the rest of it, which now we have produced and we release material to back. You can purchase this and you can sell it back in the future according to its price. We leave it to fluctuate in the market. This has a huge military and space applications. Government will give their arms to get hold of this material. And this is part of the work we have reached and will go through with what we call the Chinese. This is the backbone of the material into space travel. And in so many ways, it brings a new dimension, a new fuel, new what we call energy pack into the structure of the development of the upcoming science and technology. This material has the capability of the interacting with the soul of the man in the dimensions if it's used in the appropriate way and in conjunction with its strength.
So this is where more knowledge has to be taught about this material. Has the capability of interacting with the soul of the man in dimensions if used in the appropriate way and in conjunction with its strength. Again, if 95% of the universe is in the energy dimension, 5% in the matter state, would you physically need to transmute to enjoy 95% of the universe, which must be, again, infinitesimal, beyond our imagination? So to experience it, the new space travel is, again, in the dimension of fields, like the dream state as we understand it, but it's really the work of the soul. You can see your physicality is there, but it's in a dimension of energy, and you're still interacting and playing and sharing and communicating with the others, but you don't have to go through the full transmutation. Maybe to move on this planet back and forth you need to, or you need to understand how to manifest yourself in the matter state. That may come later. But to me, in the universe, if it's mostly energy, do you need a full transmutation to enjoy 95% of the universe? It's all in the dimension of the creator, the dimension of energy. So you don't need a physical transmutation. I think he goes on to say it here or later on in the next clip. We continue.
We launched this because it's the time to launch it. Even though it will not be understood by many ordinary men. But some of you who are working and trying to become part of the transmutation, you need this material. You cannot do without it. It's one of the impossibilities. And you will understand in time why. We give you a massive option of the different isotopes of this, and according to, they all be the same.
Again, didn't we just play a clip when he said, if you understand the teachings of today, you can create a transmutation system without matter state and without ganses? Now here he's saying it's an impossibility. You cannot do without it. It's one of the impossibilities. Again, different time by minutes, different words.
Compared to what it is and what will bring, the price we put on it is a peanut. But it needs to start from somewhere. It'll be one of the strongest developments in the space technology of tomorrow. When I showed the physical structure of this to the Chinese military, it baffled them. This material used in the right way make everything within its field structure invisible. But you have to know how to use it. And you have to know what you do with it. In bringing it into structure of a home will bring a new dimension of fields. Will change a lot of things. And in the structure will bring the new change many people have been waiting for. Transmutation becomes much easier because this is the field within the structure of the house. We gradually feed this as production around the world, and now you understand why we close all our GANs operation around the world. Because it was no use producing something which has moved to the next level of the technology.
So you can see, as most Bitcoins and most of these Bitcoin operations, there's nothing behind them except air and perhaps goodwill and speculation of some sort. With the Keshe coins, this material will be the backing, or the gold standard in a way, backing the Keshe coins, which are still on offer, I believe, at the Keshe Foundation.
Do not touch it. If you ever break into the seal, use strong gloves that at least you can absorb some of the energy of it and not direct touch. It's a breakthrough in the world of science, and you will understand it. And touching it will bring you a new dimension of thoughts, energy, and in so many ways, a lot of other things. But
again, when he says touching it, that doesn't mean to break it open and touch it, or even to touch it wearing gloves. It'll touch you in the energies of your soul and your physicality, as I see it. So no need to physically touch it. You bring it into the home, it creates these conditions automatically. Again, a gift in making transmutation much easier.
we advise you, never break the seal. In the coming time, we will show you how this material is used, and hopefully in Sanya, for the first time, as I said, you see the evolution in science through development of this material. You will come to a point that we run into this point of saturation, and many of you went through the transmutation on last Friday session because of the presence of this material. And then we had to stop the session promptly on 10 o'clock on Friday night. As we saw changes, we had to take steps, and we were going to run this session for a couple of days, but the saturation of the fields, conversion of the fields, forced us to abandon after what we are supposed to be until 5 o'clock. We ran until 10 o'clock at night. And then, as I informed the knowledge seekers who were present, we had to close the session to what we call bring everything into conformity and understand what and how things switched over without us wanting, and in analyzing our system over the weekend and thereon, we found out that where the evolution has happened, we know this knowledge, but through a mechanical failure brought this about. And many of you have moved intellectually and what I call understanding wise, one or two nudge up.
And again, I think you'll be able to experiment or feel this material in the event in Sanya. It may encourage you to perhaps purchase some of this material. Again, you're going to be allowed a certain amount of time. I think Mr. Keshe said a couple hours in a system, and probably this material will be present there. So you will have, in a way, experience of how this material can touch you, perhaps increase your knowledge, how easy it would be to change dimensions and the rest of it. And again, a lot of these things that are touching you are also becoming, in a soft way, I think at this point, embedded within your structure, so that in the future, again, I don't know how long in the future, you may not need these systems whatsoever. Just my thought.
How it changes you, how it's changed you. And it has been primarily because of this new field energy, which was used and brought into operation, and we told you it'll be different on the, what we call, last Friday session. Those of you who join us in next month's session, you will feel this in a much bigger way. As we are preparing you for transmutation, as one of the knowledge seekers wrote, now I understand the process. Now I can see how you're educating us, because I've been through it and I see it and I can do it. You got to remember, we are not magicians, we are scientists, scientific organization, and we have the same way on teaching. This material will bring the next cycle of technologies. If you remember, Mr. Keshe jumped from nano into gases and from dynamic reactors to the other reactors, and everything was a step by step to bring it to it. Now with this, we bring it to the next step of what we call universal energies, universal understanding of the field. You will understand this in the coming time, and you will see how this will work. Putting 1 or 2 or 3 of these across in the house, you will feel the energies and the frequency that you transmute, and how easily you manage to, and gradually becomes part of the structure. Please do not break the seals, as atmospheric contamination, once this is sealed, can change a lot of things inside it. We go as usual with our work, and if there are any questions, I try to answer, and we move on to the next part of the teaching.
Okay, any thoughts about this? But again, it's being gifted. I don't think any of the knowledge seekers at our level made it. Of course, Mr. Keshe calls himself a knowledge seeker as well. Many times he comes into meetings and he says, I'm just here as a knowledge seeker. But he's the one that brought this, and this material is going to bring a lot of changes. This is the biggest advancement, and again, we're being gifted it. Not for free, of course, but this is part of the backing of the Keshe coin, so that our Bitcoin or our Keshe coin will not be just backed by thin air, as we've seen most of the cryptocurrencies, as they call it, have really gone out of existence. I think there's a few that have managed to continue, but they're not really backed with anything. But this will be backed by a material that, again, has never been introduced, I don't think, on this planet in this shape and form, that people can actually bring it into your home. And he did say you could bring in 1, 2, 3, or 4 of these within the structure of the home. I do think he said, yeah, right here, putting 1 or 2 or 3 of these across in your house, you will feel the energies and the frequency that you transmute. So it's not necessary to actually buy 4 of them or 3 of them or 2 of them. Putting 1 or 2 or 3 will create that frequency, those energies that you transmute. And again, this is quite an expensive item, but we think it's expensive from our perspective at $1,000 a gram. Mr. Keshe indicated that we put it up for peanuts compared to its ability to interact and to change a lot of things. Okay, rather than to go to Ed's question, which I did want to get to, we're really at the 9 p.m. CET hour, or the 3 o'clock hour, and this is where we do our creating of the Dome of Peace, which again, this will continue until we reach a permanent peaceful condition of the soul and the inhabitants of this planet. So maybe we should go there now. I did put that video. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm going to play it anyway, because Alex, are you still fastened in?
I'm having a little trouble with my seatbelt, but I'm okay.
All right. Let's, you know, Mr. Keshe indicated that he loved the video of NASA. And maybe we can just listen to this. I did clip out some other clip that I found. Again, I think this is back from STS mission in the 1990s. But this is a little clip that we just cut out. I think it's 11 minutes. So we'll run a little bit later into the Dome of Peace. But I thought this was very interesting, as I must have seen this video 20 years or more ago. And again, wondering what these structures were that NASA was showing. A lot of people said it was just ice forming on the window or just different things dripping down, that there was nothing to it really, nothing to be seen here, move on. But now we'll hear Mr. Keshe explaining, I think this is a part of Ed's question, yes. Let's hear this, and we'll just watch this part of it so we can all see the video that he's
Hey, we have a couple of hands up as well as several other questions. Ed, would you like to go ahead first?
Thank you, Rick. Good morning, Mr. Keshe. This is Ed from Indiana. I had a couple of questions occur to me towards the end of your teaching this morning. And the first one is, you were talking about these higher energy structures, like 860 carbon and 40. Does the Earth environment permit the physical manifestation of these higher energy structures?
Of course it has, otherwise we won't exist. But it reduces in field and the strength.
It reduces.
In a way, we take weaker strength of it. It gets diluted.
Okay.
As it interacts with the inertial magnetic field, as it interacts with gaseous inertial magnetic field, it reduces in space. If I can answer you in a very simple way, I love the video of NASA because it opened a lot of things for us to explain easier.
Now, again, this was a tether, a 12-mile line that apparently was electrified, and they were, I believe they were towing a satellite. And all of a sudden, these sort of translucent structures with a little jagged edge, or what could be some sort of mouth. He did say they do have kidneys and brain and the rest of it, seemed to interact, but it was sort of dismissed by NASA as just some sort of camera anomaly, something with the glass or the window or other little crystals forming on the glass. And this is what you're seeing. Mr. Keshe goes on to explain this in quite some detail.
Easier because it can't physically be seen. The living structures above us on the higher upper atmosphere, which has been recorded, they're the same amino structure as us on Earth, on the physical side, and the same as the fish in the ocean, and living things in the gas in the center of the Earth. But due to the lesser interaction with the magnetic field of the Earth gravitational inertia, they keep what we call a more dynamic translucent energy. But in their lives, they still have the same structure as kidneys, brain, and everything else. They absorb fields, they release fields. They are intellectually very powerful, that they can decide position, time, place, and whatever we see. They're much more intelligent than man in intelligence, in understanding, and their life is much, much longer than man. They live into hundreds of thousands of years, where man is limited, because they don't have that dimension of physicality, but they absorb huge amount of energies. Without the existence of this layer of life above us, life would not have been the same on this planet. They are the creatures which allow us, in a way, they shadow us. We're under the shadow of their field forces. They absorb a lot of things which our body would not be able to exist to maintain and to hold on to. In the future, you will see these kind of things because you can develop into these structures yourself. So you've got to understand how carbon-14 in a structure with a field create this position. You have a combination of the fields like this, and in the future you understand how the physical structure of different layers of, for example, your kidneys produce, if you understood this. You have a combination of carbon-60 crystal structure. When we talk about carbon-60, it's not that you have a carbon with 60 side. It's the plasmatic field of 60 carbon structure of atomic structure which makes carbon-60. That's what it gives us a structure. 840 is a 60 of carbon-14, which that 60 structure taking shape in the structure of the 60 carbon-60 in the what we call structure of universe will create a new dimension. And that dimension can contain the totality of what we call universal knowledge. It's like a microchip. And we are in it, we are part of it. Now we have to learn how to connect ourselves into it to be able to do instantaneous. The way your brain works. So you have carbon-60, which is a combination of the carbon-12 manipulation energy, and then you have for that 60.60 of the carbon-14 energy, which gives you the manipulation of 840. And this allows you to transmute between 840 and carbon-60. Then you have a manipulation of 168, which is the combination with.
So again, he said these entities have not taken the dimension of physicality. So if you want to interact with them, I don't think you can interact with them by transmuting your physicality, but you could interact with them, as I see it, in the dimension of energy. He said they haven't taken on the physicality, although we're seeing something which appears translucent there, which looks to be physical, but he specifically said they have not taken on the dimension of physicality. That's one of the reasons they have a long, long existence. We'll continue it.
The combination of another combination of the field forces, which this on its own will create another dimension in the field of science of man, which the 168 is again creates, if you understand it, another structure, which is a combination of carbon-14 and 12. I have to go onto a call, urgent. I come back if you can take it, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe.
I think Rick will interact with
Okay,
Ed for a
thank you.
moment.
So I'm wondering now, as he was just teaching us, the new, this 860 energy structure, carbon 860, that creates, what did he call it, Rick? I thought it was, it creates an environment of the universal understanding or knowledge.
The energy of the universe is one phrase he used.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And he
I'm
also
wondering,
called this material space fuel.
yes. You mean the one in the picture?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if if there's a physical structure possible in that 860 universal environment.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that well, the carbon, the C60 has, 60 atoms of carbon, and the C8, was it 840?
Mm-hmm.
66630, 16. My calculations here.
Yeah, how did he come
16
up with
times
840? Are you figuring that out?
yeah, I had it here, but see, it's 16 times. See, 60 into 840 is 40. So 14 times 60. So yeah, the carbon 14, 60 of them. So will they be in a the buckyball carbon 60 configuration, but of carbon 14 atoms?
Yeah. I don't know. That's a possibility, huh?
Yeah, it's be nice. Maybe we should get Mr. Keshe to do some drawing. Perhaps that would help clarify. He hasn't done a drawing in a while.
I'm just wondering if there's a limit to what physical structures are
I'm
available.
back.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Carry on. What was the question? What was the discussion?
I was just extrapolating on what you were just now teaching in answer to my question about whether this environment of the 860 universe, the 860 energy that creates a universe of universal knowledge or something. I forget how you.
840 is in that dimension. 860 is a combination link to the nexus structure. In the future, I'll teach about that.
Is there physical structure
Yes.
actually available
It's
in that
not a
universe?
physical, it's a field structure. You have to understand that you keep on looking into what I call the maggrav and not the fields of the maggrav.
Well, yeah, no, that's what I was thinking, is that it's just an energetic structure, a field
It's an
structure,
energetic structure.
but so physicality is not even available in that kind of universe.
In its own strength, yes, it is.
Okay, I understand.
In its own strength, you have to be in it and have the fields of it. It's in the dimension of the line of the communication or interaction of the fields of the creator in a different strength.
Okay.
You got to understand everything started with hydrogen. The whole life started with one field energy.
Okay, that was the end of that clip. Ed, would you like to enlighten us if you're here? I mean, you may be doing something else at the moment, but it's pretty deep. It's over my head at this point. Anyone want to come and enlighten us? I know we just heard these terms in this thing in the last few days, so I wouldn't expect anyone to have a backward and forward understanding of it at this point, but Ed seemed to have opened his mic. Oh, great. Hello, Ed.
Well, I was wondering we discussed this earlier, and I'm not sure exactly what it is you want to know.
No, it's just saying here in its own strength, yes, it is. Okay, I understand.
That's what I understood. Is that when you are in another environment, the physicality that you have, like in your Earth environment, it will not manifest at that energy level. But if you come to match the energy level of your environment, then there is a form of physicality. Now, what that form might be, I don't know, but I just understood the concept that in order to physically exist in another energetic environment, you have to be close to matching it or close to matching it so that you can interact with it. And then you can, there is some type of a physical manifestation
Okay.
because of
Okay.
that. That's all I understood.
Yeah, I think it's, again, you're not, you know, it's not any kind of putting you on the spot or anything. We're just trying to learn from each other. I think that dimension is you can see yourself, but you're in the dimension of energy without any real physicality. As I said, 95% of the universe is energy. So if you're looking to manifest physicality, I don't think you'll be able to interact in that 95% with the physicality. You have to be in the dimension of energy. I could be wrong, but that's just my thinking at this point. I know we're all so physical, as he said, myself included, but we have to stop looking at the magrev, but look at the fields of the magrev. We're all looking for physicality. Maybe on this planet, yes, but outside of it, in the universe, which is the dimension of the creator, the dimension of energy, that may not be happening. Or if it does, then you can't interact. You'll
Well,
interact
it's kind
with
of like this,
physicality.
Mark.
Yes.
It's kind of like this. When we, I don't know if this is the right word, when we came to Earth, or I don't know, when our souls formed on the Earth, it was a soul is an energetic structure, but yet it was there was a strength that was similar to the Earth, which allowed it to come here. However, it was not in physical form. However, when the soul interacted and created the soul of physicality, or I don't know exactly
Yeah, no problem. Listen,
I
we're
don't know
all
I don't know the procedure. I can't remember, or I can't put it into words right now. But the soul does interact with the earth in such a way that it becomes a physical body. And we have the soul of physicality, which then becomes, because it reacts at an equal level with the earth environment and the inertia, the
so
body is formed. So
right.
in another environment, you could exist as energy also. Your soul would be there, but it's possible to match that energy, and then you could do the same thing in that environment as you did here, which would end up creating a physical existence of some sort. Does
Would
that make
you,
sense?
yeah, would you consider the Earth as the 5% of the physicality in the universe versus the 95% of the existence in energy?
I don't know how to answer that, because what our scientists claim is just based on what they see, which is very limited. You know, Mr. Cash explained that we only see what is in our dimension, our field strength of our physicality or soul of physicality. We only see a little bit. Well, what about the part we don't see? It's not that it's not there, or that it doesn't have a form of physicality, but it is outside of our realm of perception. Just because it doesn't match our current field strength of our body here on this earth. We just don't perceive it. It doesn't, we can't see it.
Great. Anyone else, or you want to continue, Ed? Thank you. Thank you for sharing. And thank you for opening up that question for all of us in many ways.
No, that's just what so whether the earth is, I guess the earth is part of the 5% that our scientists say what they see, but that's a certain strength that we're calling physicality because we can see it. And so I guess this gets kind of deep, and I don't think we're gonna know it till we experience it. But just on a conceptual level, I just kind of get the difference of different environments have different energetic strengths, and for us to physically exist in one, we need to match it. If we don't, we're not going to interact with it. at that level.
Mm,
So
good.
anyway, that's what I see.
Good. I know when we invent some new seeing devices, the universe will look like a very crowded place, I think, because we're only seeing at a certain spectrum with
Oh
our,
my God, it's
yep.
full of. I mean, he says it's like a
Hmm.
gel,
Hmm.
and it's just full of life. I mean, it's touching you on all sides. I think it's like being in the ocean and being in one of those huge schools of fishes, you know, where they're all going around, but they never hardly touch you at all.
Yeah.
But there's just thousands and thousands of them surrounding you. Mr. Kesh has talked about
Right.
this, and I've had that experience myself, um, being in a big school of fishes like that when I used to scuba dive. Um, but
Yeah,
yeah,
that's exciting.
but yet we don't see them and stuff. And but the universe is just full of life, I think, at different strengths because the energy of the creator carries the blueprint of life. That's my terminology. That's why it results in life structures, life forms that are very intricately and logically put together. Like, you know, our human bodies have all these different levels that
Oh,
interact with one another, and they couldn't possibly have evolved in their complexity in the time limit that scientists give us. So that structure had to be there energetically. Where did it come from? And he intimated that you know, we have ancestors and stuff like that. But originally, I think, so you go back to their ancestors. Where did their energy structure come from? It came from the creator. And so what I'm thinking is that the whole the life is carried in this the ray that comes from the creator, and it results always in structured life forms of, but it depends on the environment, it depends on the interaction. And so
agree.
we're part of that.
Right. I know there's trees on many, many planets, but we can't see that have left this planet and actually created their own structure in a way on other planets, but we can't see them because they're in the dimension of energy. Almost the
Tree,
same. Yeah. Almost
did you
the
say
same. Yes, I did say trees and other things. Um, but we can't see them because they're in the dimension of energy. It's just like the meteor that's heading towards Earth, and the scientists can't figure out how come we didn't see this thing coming. We have our things there and everything and our sensing equipment, because until it interacted with the inertia of this planet, it was in that dimension of energy. We couldn't see it. We don't have the ability at this point to see it. It was there. It was coming in. It was coming in the dimension of energy. But as soon as it got close enough, it manifested its physicality. So it was there all the time. And I think they're still stumbling on why we didn't pick it up. How come, we missed it? But they missed it, yes, but they didn't miss it because of its physicality. They missed it because it was in the dimension of energy and didn't change over until it got close enough to interact with the fields of the planet to manifest itself in the matter state. As I see it, again, I'm just a very young novice in all of this.
maybe so. I hadn't heard of that that asteroid you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Anyone else want to, before we go to the Dome of Peace, and I know we're running a little late, Alex, we don't want to cut into your time, but I think I think we had a good discussion and bit of interaction here. Let me just minimize these screens. We will bring this over. Again, this is the offer in the store. An amazing, as he said, we're offering it for peanuts, even though this is quite a precious commodity. And it will fluctuate, it will speculate, and apparently the idea is to back the Keshe coin with materials and other combinations of this material as a backing for the coin. And we'll see how it moves or fluctuates. And without anyone being able to make it or the knowledge released, I think it would be a big sought after commodity, and especially after people start experience the interaction with it. Again, without touching it, without ingesting it or anything like that. It's just the interaction of the fields. We'll have to see. So let's go to our Dome of Peace. We're all familiar with that, so we'll just run through it. And this is something that we try and consistently do every week. Again, you don't have to just wait for Sunday. You can do it any time of the week you'd like. And as we hear in the second part, this is something for our physicality to do, releasing GANS waters. You can go on the Keshe Wiki, understand how to make some plasma water, and maybe a little GANS in it as well to release into the environment. But let's go through the two-step process at this point.
I don't know if anyone want to read this demo piece. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Thank you, Stefania. So that's the first step of the creating the Dome of Peace. Again, this is not a day job. It's not putting a cake or a pie or a turkey in the oven and in a few hours it's done. And we continue on until the piece has been released. But we're learning how to give. And again, this is a practice for us. And the beauty of it is no one fails the test. So you can release the GANS waters. And there's also a second step, which is using the energies of our souls to bring the condition to manifest in the matter state. So we'll hear Shweta deliver this short, again, she'll review the first step and then go to the second step, and then we'll take 5 minutes to implement that. But again, you can do it anytime, day or night. Ask your soul to remind you. And this is the way the change is done, through the energies and not so much through the matter state.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls in here. Okay, I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built in a way, spreading the GANS, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the GANS waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe.
Everyone familiar with this process? I think we all are familiar with this process, as you can join the Brazilian team 1 a.m. CET time on a daily basis for daily intentions. On Wednesday, it's 6 p.m. CET time. You can join on Keshe.Brazil or one of the other channels that they broadcast. Again, you can also join the invitation with the Universal Council, which happens every day at 21 p.m. CET. Again, this is not a Zoom meeting, a Telegram meeting, or anything like that. The souls just gather on the energy level to bring the change. You can spend a minute, you can spend 5 minutes, whatever you choose. You could be driving, you could be working, you could be changing the baby. We all can multitask in this process. And as Shweta said, don't do it once a time, do it all the time. Another video, of course, I wanted to play, which we played last week. And again, this is from the Knowledge Seekers Workshop number 23. We're not going to play it today, but it is a good review for all of us to learn how to pray through your soul. These are the words of Mr. Keshe, and Mr. Keshe went on for about 17 minutes to explain a deeper understanding. So if you go to the Knowledge Seekers Workshop on our YouTube channel, number 23, and you go to 2 hours and 37 minutes, you'll hear a beautiful delivery by Mr. Keshe and to the knowledge seekers and to the rest of the world on how the change is brought and how through the energy level and not through the matter state, the change will come as we reach this tipping point or the collection of souls, the awareness of souls, that this is the way it's done. And again, this is not a day job. So if you think you'll do it one time and it will be over, that's not going to happen. Mr. Keshe could do it that way, but he says since he's not from this planet, he can't do it. And of course, if we do it ourselves, we'll keep it. If it's just waving of a magic wand and everybody will, over a generation or two, will go right back and revert into our same patterns of killing and warring amongst each other. Okay, so let me just put up the, if I have it, here it is. All right, we're going to take 5 minutes of silence and let's begin now. Anyone have any questions? Not clear on this process? Again, I would advise you to go to that Knowledge Seekers Workshop 23 at 2:37 and review this beautiful teaching Mr. Keshe delivered basically a decade ago. Thank you all. Thank you all for joining us and continuing in this process and how easy it is to work through the dimension of energy. It doesn't take a lot of work and it's not hard work. And again, it's a test for us. As Mr. Keshe said, one of the beautiful parts of this is nobody fails this test. So congratulations, we all passed. And now let's move on to the part of the program everyone's been waiting for, that we get to interact with Alex from Canada. And Alex, if I haven't put you to sleep, I hope you're ready to come in and join us in another beautiful teaching of the knowledge.
Yes, I am. And so thank you very much, Mark, for bringing the troops here. I want to thank everybody for allowing me to continue to make these presentations and stick it out with me here. And especially I want to thank all the people from the other continents, because that's what makes this meeting so powerful. And what we're trying to do is to follow up on the rapid movement with respect to the Knowledge Seekers workshops, which we honestly have no hope of keeping up with. However, what we are trying to do is to create a platform where we can invite and make it open for new knowledge seekers, those who haven't been around for the 526 weeks. And how do you catch up when we keep going farther and farther away? And so that's a challenge. And there are many ways to do this, and hopefully through these teachings, we can assist in that process. But all of you are assisting in your own way, and let's not underestimate how important that is. So, if I may, I'll begin the disclaimer, and thank you all.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And again, thank you very much, everyone, for being here. We are in a new era where Mr. Keshe said we have no choice. Well, that's not exactly true. We do have a choice. And that choice is to bring peace and prosperity to this planet. Isn't that a choice? So, what we'd like to say is welcome on this beautiful Sunday afternoon to the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We are discussing the intermediate transmission subject, and specifically coexistence, today. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada, and it is February the 25th of 2024, and this is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So as we said, this is not just for the mature students, it's for all the new students as well. What we're trying to do is distill all this many thousands of hours of teaching that has come over the years and try and put it forward in shall we say, more layman's terms, if you will. But, we all have to remember that we're talking about advanced science. And one of the specific characteristics of advanced science is that it's advanced. So we wonder why there's a lot of hesitancy to that, because we want to try and relate to something that we understand and know. And of course, that's not advanced. That just makes us comfortable. And in that comfort, we actually are in the lowest energy state. And so we started walking in that energy state, and we found that rolling is faster. And so we see that life is hard until you say you get up on the horse. And of course, that comes from the fact that the horse walking is faster than the man walking. But either way, regardless of the vehicle, we're going step by step or step by cycle. And then we have to question how many steps and how many cycles. And as we manifest things, we have to decide what are the ingredients and what is the recipe. And then we find that it doesn't matter the ingredients and it doesn't matter the recipe. The cook has a strong say in that matter. And of course, the cook is using a filter. And the most important thing is the purity. But it's also the input from the cook and how they see it and how they interpret that knowledge. And so it becomes a very individual thing, highly subjective. And yet we all have this capability and we all share it. So here we have something that is very unique and yet something that is ubiquitous. And so we see in the books of Marantava Keshe, book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter. And so this becomes the most important thing, where we see the convergence of matter, dark matter, and antimatter, the convergence of these energies into one field. And they are converging together, which means that they traveled. And so we see in book number 2, the structure of the light. And why the structure of the light and not the structure of the matter? Well, because the light and the matter are one and the same thing. All of the features change, the conformity changes, the manifestation changes, the matter state changes, but the structure of the light remains true. And so as it comes, it also goes. And when it goes to another field. And that's what we see in book number 3, The Origin of the Universe, where what we have is the creation of 2 fields from the one field. And the reason for that is because we have exceeded the force fields of containment. And so this is how things grow, how things multiply, and how we progress. And this is all part of the process, whether we acknowledge it or not. And so that becomes the limitation, you see. So now we're in the transmutation preparation sessions, and we're trying to organize every 3rd or 4th Friday of the month. And in this month coming up is going to be the 4th month, rather, sorry, the 4th week of the month. And this will be the 3rd session that's coming up. And it's a set of 6. And then this is an interesting number. So it's an arbitrary number, actually, in many ways, because it gives everyone the opportunity to gradually, shall we say, grow into. However, there are fast learners, they may not need 6 sessions. And then there are slow learners, and they may need 60 sessions. So this is not a matter of criticism. It's just a matter of gracefully allowing things to progress. And so we've been trying for 314 weeks to deliver the one nation, one planet, one race for justice and world peace every Tuesday. And the reason we're doing that is because when you look into the universe, you see this greater oneness. And you see peace. Well, actually, you don't see peace because everything's peaceful. You don't see churches, hospitals, box stores, cars, rockets, courts, and prisons. And so that's what we notice. We don't see the peace because we're so used to not seeing the peace on earth. And so what we have to understand is one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace is mandatory if we're going to complete our search for outer space, to get to that plasma highway, to the coexistence with that little pie in the sky we call our home. But there's another pie beyond. And where is that exactly? And it's a big map. And the only thing that we recognize is that little red dot in the bottom right-hand corner, which we call our little tiny perfect world. So how do we get on this plasma highway? And what does it mean exactly? Well, we're not there yet, not in this discussion, because we're still on the transmission highway. And the transmission highway is a very important highway because it's indicative of how things operate. So we are here. We are on this transmission highway. So it would be really good to know how we got here. And it would be even better to know where we're going. Because you see, the problem in our understanding has been how we understand the universal embodiment. And so we say the speed of light is the fastest transmission. Well, is that true? Well, we don't know anything that goes faster than the speed of light. And so everything that we see is reflecting that light. So everything that we see is within the speed of light. And because it's everything and everything is way bigger than everything that we have, so if everything is traveling at the speed of light and everything is huge, then as we approach the speed of light, we must be getting bigger. And now we have to question if that is true. But then there's another question. What is beyond that? So our understanding, of course, is our Earth space, because this was our landing point. So forget about where we came from to get to this landing point. But let's understand that the Earth has this curvature. And as such, it has this density. And so we find that the ground is below, and then there's the water, then there's the atmosphere, and then there's beyond the atmosphere. And we seem to do our transmission the same way. So we have some people bury in the ground and burrow and run tunnels. Then there are ships. Some are submarines that are below the water. Some are on top of the water. And then there are airplanes that go faster than ships. And so they have to fly in the sky. But then there are warplanes that go much faster than commercial airplanes. And so they have to fly even higher, where it's less dense. And then we get into an area that seems to be like the Peace Dome, where we all seem to go when we go to sleep. And then there's an area above where there are satellites, and they go faster as well. And then there's still an area beyond. And in that area beyond, you can leave this planet. And so we find that as we go from the ground up, we go faster and faster. And since we go faster and faster, we need more space. And so we understand, even though the satellites have to travel a longer distance, they navigate around this Earth way faster than ships and submarines. So this is one way to understand transmission. But do we understand the creation of the universe? And so we have to understand that as we go faster and faster, we input more energy. Well, the universe, since it's so big, exists from energy. And because it exists, it is always positive. So the energy charge is the energy in motion. And energy is always in motion. And why is energy in motion? This is a good question. So when we look at the universal order of creation of matters of book number 1, and we see the culmination of the 3 matters coming together into one field, which we call a maggraph, and then we see if they came together, well, then they have to keep in motion. So either they can stay within that field or they can go to another field. And so we can conclude that all things are working in combination all the time, because energy is always in motion. And so the motion of this energy is what we call transmission. And so we are on the transmission highway. But right now, we're not anywhere near the plasma highway as such, except in some smaller details, which were exhibited to us in the cups of life. And remember, these were created during the pandemic, but they were not named the cups of the pandemic because they were representative of our inner strength, which consists of our emotional strength, obviously, and of our physical strength. And so we have a physical cup and we have an emotional cup, and then we have the combination of the two. And in this process, we created many ganses, the most significant of which for our purposes was the carbon dioxide GANS, the calcium GANS, copper and zinc GANS, water GANS, and amino acid GANS. And so these are all GANSes. And so they have a radiance manifestation, and they were part of the creation, and they were not in the cups. We did not put them in the cups. What we put in the cups was something that was of a physical manifestation. But interestingly enough, everyone produced different quantities of ganses and different types of ganses, even different colors. And so there was something else at play. And obviously, the chef who had the ingredients and who had the recipe still had a huge part to play. And speaking of huge, this is the problem that we have, because when we're trying to make relationships, we have to take into account the dimension effects. So, when we look at the x-axis transmission, the y-axis and its dimension affects it. But then, of course, the reverse is true. For the y-axis transmission, the x-axis dimension also affects it. And so distance and time have a factor. So in time, we talk about step by step, and in terms of distance, we talk about the length of the foot. Well, whose foot? And this became a problem. So we had to pick a foot. And that's the only way that we can describe the relationship between the x-axis and the y-axis dimension, because all we had to look at was the length and the height. It was only 2 dimensions. But, you know, that's good for our body, but our body is the containment for our soul. And that's not taken into account, is it? So there are other criteria of a relationship. And so we can just dumb it down and say, well, it depends on what you include or what you exclude. It's obviously very subjective, also selective. And of course, that selectivity is based on prejudice, and we're all prejudiced. But, you know, at the bottom of the whole thing, in terms of criteria, is the purpose of the reference. And purpose is not something that we're all clear on. So when we're looking for clarity, it's hard to get this clarity when we don't even understand the dilution of plasma. And so on page 154 of book number 1, there's an attempt to talk about the inception of plasma, where the antimatter components of the plasma were created by the stronger plasmatic magnetic fields. And the future is plasmatic magnetical fields based through the production of controlled plasmatic dilution technology reactors. Well, these technology reactors were cup 1 and cup 2, and many other cups that we produced. And that's what we were able to create from the physical state. So that takes care of the second paragraph, but we're still having trouble with the first paragraph. But at least we know that there are plasmatic magnetic fields that are affecting this transmission. And in so, we didn't do this, we used this. We acknowledged a periodic table of elements. And as my dear Watson learned about elementary elements, is that life is much more complex. And so we're confused when we put the parts together, and the sum of those parts is actually greater than the sum of the individual parts. And that's the difference about knowing the details or the details of knowing. So this is what we're talking about. Inertia is said to be a total collection of PM ticks of the constituent matters of atoms and molecules of an object. Good. Interacting and attracting with each other. Good. And any other matters. Okay. Or matters. Okay. Or matter. Or maggraphs. So the principle of inertia is applicable to the dark matters and the antimatters as well as, of course, the matter components of the plasma in the universe. Small statement, but here you go. And we've only looked at some of the items that are relevant to us in our public teachings, the periodic table of elements, but all of these elements are part of the dilution of all the energies in the universe, and they've come about to be quite specific. And so, you know, the most important one, of course, is hydrogen, because that's number one. And the truth about being number one is that only one can be number one. The rest are not number one. They can be any other number. And so we see three others like carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen. And together with the hydrogen, they form one structure, and that one structure is the amino acids. And so we understand that as a combination of these elements. And of course, we don't understand how they work together. We just understand the ingredients. So that's the limitation. And so today we're talking about coexistence. And so coexistence implies inertia, and inertia means nearness and proximity. And that's the nearness and proximity of two fields that are interacting. We didn't say which two fields. We're just talking about coexistence for now. So in that terminology, we see that we've had to modify our terminology because the transmission involves rotation as part of the x-axis, and the transition involves polarity because the Earth rotates on its axis and the axis is on the y-axis. But the fact of the matter is that the transmission has to go on the x-axis and the y-axis in combination, and this becomes part of the transmission dimension. So when we look at these dimensions, it's the transmission dimension is the combination of the x-axis dimension and the y-axis dimension, which is the culmination of two forces coming together. And so before these forces came together, there was no Magrath. The Magrath manifested after these two forces came together. And so once we had the creation of matter, and matter was positive, then we created these dimensions, these two dimensions, and they progressed. So not only in terms of density, but also in terms of motion. And so this became the embodiment of field capture. And so we still see the x-axis transmission, which is parallel to the ground, and the y-axis transmission, which we said was perpendicular to the ground. But as you can see, there's a difference in position and there's a difference in density. So what is the difference? How does that happen? So we've been discussing for the past 12 weeks how we can roll along this x-axis transmission. So we understand that that's perpendicular to the ground. And since it rotates, well, one rotation is one cycle and it can roll on the ground. And it's really good that it rolls because that makes it a lot easier to move. And yet we find that if we are on a slope and we have a car with wheels where the wheels are rotating perpendicular to the ground, that car will move. But if we're on a flat surface, there will be no motion. So there has to be an input rotation. And the output motion is aligned with that rotation. And so in that case, the car becomes the containment for your body. And then, of course, there's a change in position. And so wherever it is, there's this output motion, which is predicated by the input motion. And the input motion is the input rotation, which is perpendicular to the ground. And so the difference in position along the x-axis is a transmission. And so that car can move. And interestingly enough, it has to keep moving, and you can see it in its motion. And then from there, it has to move again, and you can see it. And then from there, it has to move again, and you can see it. And I tend to repeat myself because that's the nature of motion. It keeps moving. And so there has to be an input of energy and an output of energy. And then we find that the transmission is a two-way street. Well, that's okay. We have two dimensions. But what we're talking about is a two-way street on each dimension. And that means two directions. And then we find that we can have two different sizes as part of that transmission, or we can have two variables. And so these are all part and parcel of understanding two-way transmission. And do you think about two-way transmission when you get into your car and go to the grocery store? But, you know, as a scientist or as a carpenter or as an engineer, you have to understand these cycle relationships where it's the diameter versus the circumference. And the answer is pi. And then when we look at the cycles, So like on this bicycle, you have pedal cycles, you have a small wheel cycle and a big wheel cycle. And so they're all different. They all have different diameters. And as a result, they all have a different circumference. Different, 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 same. Pi. Pi is the relationship. So you can change the diameter, you can change the circumference, and the relationship is always pi, back to pi. And so we see that other than pi, there's a charge, right? Because that energy is in motion, and that energy is either negative or positive. So as we've discussed, that energy can be flowing or it can be binding. And so the flowing and the binding incorporates giving and taking. And so we identify that the negative gives and the positive takes. So in terms of binding, the negative and the positive gives and takes from itself. But in terms of flowing, the negative and the positive gives and takes from others. As we said, it's a two-way street. So we have to keep that in mind. But what we also have to keep in mind, as according to Herman Weyl, that there's no such thing as one and the same energy which constitutes a charge at two adjacent increments of time. So the energy is not the same. It's just like a car is not the same. A person is not the same. So if I say a car, someone may think of a blue car and someone may think of a racing car. So that is not enough information to fulfill the criteria of that manifestation. And then we can change this and just spin along. But if we're going to spin, we have to spin on the y-axis. And if we move, we have to move on the x-axis. And so this is how the x-axis transmission and the y-axis transmission works together. But we still don't know now what the difference is in the position, because clearly we're moving. And so when we look at how we measure movement, we find that there's a relationship in colors. And that has to do with the wavelength and the frequency, but there's a relationship there. And that relationship changes as the color changes. So we find that the wavelength, as it moves from a violet to red, increases, but the frequency decreases. And then the opposite is true. It's a two-way street, remember? And so the answer is always constant. And so this becomes a real sticking point, because how can everything be constant and still have a variety? And then there's Planck's constant, another constant. Okay, and so it's identified as a universal constant, right? And it's a product of energy multiplied by time. And so we have time and distance, meters per kilometer per second units. And there's a number, and it's constant. So we have pi, we have Planck's constants, and we have the speed of light, all constant. And yet we have such diversity. So when we look at this diversity and how it comes together, we find that, well, first of all, we have different energy states that change by an order of magnitude, which is not constant. And the higher energy state feeds the lower energy state. So these are two energy states and they're not constant. And they can change through natural creation or natural decay. And we know that's not constant. But there's something that is constant, and that's the catalytic or non-consuming energy transfer, such as the sun. So even the sun, for purposes of this discussion, is constant. And then we find, as we said, the higher we go, the faster we go. So the energy transfer rates are also higher in the higher plasma state, and by many orders of magnitude. So now when we see these rules and how they play together, then one of two things happen. We see that the plasma can absorb fields, or the plasma can be a barrier of fields. And there's this duplicity again, you know? And which is which, and when is it which? And so if we try and graph this, we see that in terms of the field and how it rolls along, we want to measure the distance by the x-axis dimension. But, you know, in terms of the energy input, there's a positive and negative energy input on the y-axis. And so this is what facilitates the rolling perpendicular to the ground. And we know this is true because even if we subscribe to the flat Earth theory, we can clearly see that, well, there are mountains and they're not flat, and we can see that there are valleys and definitely they're not flat. And did we talk about the planes and the satellites and ships? And you know, that's, you know, not even part of this equation here. And then there was this transmission where we seen the x-axis frequency, which was, shall we say, interesting. And then there was this y-axis amplitude, which notably went from a curvy or a flat or a jagged type of personality. Something was happening. And so we see that if we understand the nature of a maggrath and the transmission of that maggrath, then we understand that in order to be stable, we have to be more complex. That is to say, if it's very simple, it's very unstable. And this determines the magnetical strength and the gravitational strength. And the relationship of these two field strengths is what we call inertia. And so that becomes part of the transmission maggrath. Now we have a foundation. Now we have a basis. And this is important because it's part of the energy binding, which we need as individuals. We need the self-serving energy binding. So I need it, and then the other person needed it. But if I decide to steal from that other person, so to satisfy my energy binding need, but if I do it at the expense of others, then they would be compromised in satisfying their energy binding self-serving need. And, well, they may have to steal from someone else. Or they may decide to fight you. So this activity is actually energy draining, energy sapping, and is limiting with respect to our progress. And our progress is we're trying to fulfill this transmission. And so when we look at how do we get from here to there, so we take into account time and distance, right? That's a difference in position. But is it? Because really, it all has to do with the frequency, which is times the cycles. So that's your time. But then you have your wavelength times your frequency, and that's the distance. Well, that's good. Now we can measure the difference in the position, but that doesn't answer many other questions. So if we say the x-axis is the rotating field and the y-axis is the polarity, and we look at the Earth and how it moves, that doesn't account for it either. And so there's something that's going on in that field that we're not taking into account. So we have to understand that there's more, because there's a binding energy transmission. And not only is there more, but there's more still after that. And this is all absorbed into the Earth through the properties of attraction. And this facilitates gravitational stability, right? And now we have to move. So how do we maintain this gravitational stability? We have to have energy coming in, absorbed, right, through attraction. But we don't see it. But we know it's a fundamental component of the movement. And then to facilitate the energy coming in, there has to be an elevating energy transmitted out, and more has to go out, what we call emission through the forces of repulsion. And this facilitates magnetical stability. So the key point here is that we have stability that is either gravitational stable or magnetically stable. And so we resolve this because we see how we measure the time and the distance. So the energy comes in and the energy goes out, and the car can move. And we repeat this cycle over and over and over and over again. And so we're able to move from point 1 to point 1A, which is the same car. It's just in a different location, time and place. And we now see that it can move. So there's this energy that is coming and going, right? And that energy isn't necessarily in sequence, because there's a lot of things that are going on that we're not taking into account. So there may be some gaps, and yet we can still keep moving. So what's going on in those gaps? And so there are conditions. And these conditions could be rain or snow. And as they say, we still got to go. But these are overlapping conditions. And they're overlapping day and night. So the weather's fine, the weather's rainy, the weather's cold, the weather's snowy, and these are all overlapping conditions. So our point of view needs to be, shall we say, polished. And so we had a Greek philosopher named Socrates. He was credited as the founder of Western philosophy, and among the first moral philosophers of the ethical tradition. I'm choking on this description. The ethical tradition of thought. He is best known for his association with the Socratic method of question and answer. His claim that he was ignorant or aware of his own absence of knowledge, and his claim that the unexamined life is not worth living for human beings. And in his era, we didn't have TVs or other social media. So gathering together at in an evening at a person's home and debating the moral philosophies and ethical traditions was a pastime. And Socrates was a master debater. And this classical skill is revered by the legal community. And so today we have the discussion of whether red is red or blue is blue. As if that's a discussion to be worth having. And then we have other discussions. We call them competitions. We have beauty pageants, sporting trophies, car or horse races, or even camel races. Then there's a space race. And of course, we have human races. And we have wars, and we have colonialism. And who cares to be the winner? And the winner is, well, if you look into outer space and the way the universe is created, then you answer, who cares? So last week we talked about the transmission proximity, which means you want to go from position 1 to 1A, but your neighbor is in position 2, and he wants to go to position 2A. So the question is the energy that you're absorbing and emitting the same energy that he's absorbing and emitting? So for the purposes of understanding time and distance and the difference in position, you could argue and say yes. But the fact of the matter is that you is you and he is he, and your car is your car and that car is that car, not the same. So how are you able to drive on the road together in your lane? Oh, well, that's the first thing. We have 2 lanes. That would make it much easier. Okay, so now we have more variables. And so we can have 2 lanes of 2 dimensions and 2-way streets and 2 directions, 2 sizes, and still perform in the x-axis dimension and the y-axis dimension. And of course, we still have horses and we still can walk. And if we can get on the horse, and the horse walks faster than we do, but if we get in the car, we can go even faster. So everything has to do with a relationship. And these relationships we call as a coexistence, because you, the horse, and the car all coexist within the same matter state. And we have to absorb and emit energy, and we have to move. We have to move. And we have to keep moving. So the coexistence relationship, most importantly, is this coexistence versus motion. And we like to say winners and losers, or the elites versus the untouchables, the fastest versus the slowest, or purpose and meaning. And since we don't understand this coexistence, it's hard to interpret purpose and meaning. And so from this unknown survey that was done in 2017 of people aged between 18 and 29, we found an alarmingly high percentage of people think that their lives are meaningless and without purpose. And I believe now, 7 years later, that these numbers are probably even higher, which is a global tragedy, because how can life be purposeless and meaningless? Is the sun purposeless? But what about that moon and Mars and all those places in between? These are all part of the overlapping coexistence, right? And how do you contain these fields, and how do you judge this proximity? And all of them are sharing the same 2-lane highway. Well, it's more than just a 2-lane highway, isn't it? It's it's a pretty big highway and it's doing an awful lot. So something somewhere is filtering. And when we say filter, that it means either filter to keep it in or filter to keep it out. So that means we're seeking some kind of purity of feeding or feedback. And that filter could be anything, not just a coffee filter. So when we look at this transmission coexistence anomaly, we're just going to change things up. And the buddy there who was driving beside us on the highway is now in front of us. Well, he's in our way because we want to go from position 1 to position 1A, and buddy there, number 2, is in between. So in order for us to keep moving, buddy number 2 has to keep moving. And in order for buddy number 2 to keep moving, he has to make sure that he stays ahead of me because he doesn't want to run into me at position 1A in front of him. So likewise, like we said with a 2-lane highway, we have energy coming in and energy going out, but so does buddy in number 2. He has the same energy. And so to make the traffic flow on this highway, he has to keep moving so that I can keep moving. And as I keep moving, I will fulfill my goal of going from position 1 to position 1A. I don't care what his goal is. I just care that he gets out of my way, right? This is pretty important. Well, speaking of that 2-lane highway, now we have buddy number 3, and he has kind of the same problem. He wants to go from position 3 to position 3A, but buddy number 4 is in his way. Well, same problem, same solution. Number 4 has to keep moving so that he gets to position 3A before the buddy in number 3 gets to 3A. And buddy number 3 can only keep moving if buddy number 4 it keeps moving. Well, this is good. Okay, so the same situation happens, but the question then becomes is, we understand that the motion is created by energy absorption. And so is the energy that buddy number 2 gets from wherever the same energy? Well, no, it's not, because it's filtered. And so clearly, if number 2 is filtered, then number 3 is filtered and number 4 is filtered. But the fact of the matter is that we all get enough energy, all 4 of us, to do this transmission, and we all have to do it together. Otherwise, we won't be moving. We'll be stuck in traffic. It'd be called a traffic jam. So to keep things moving, we have to hope that car number 2 and car number 4 keep moving so car number 1 can achieve his destination of 1A and car number 3 can achieve his destination of 3A. But then there's another coexistence anomaly as part of this transmission, is that each car has a different driver. So to go from position 1 to position 1A, the car remains the same and the driver remains the same. But to pass through car number 2, which is different from car number 1, and driver number 2, who is different from car number 1, has to move. And he has to move through that position. So the question then becomes is, how can I, in car number 1, get to car position 1A when this guy's in my way. I can't go over him. I can't go around him because car number 3 and car number 4 are blocking me. Where's the connection? And is my connection any different? Well, the filtering of the energy is different, but the answer, the input of energy and the emission of energy to maintain the motion is the same as car number 1 and car number 3. So as I want to go from position 1 to position 1A without running over car number 2, so does car number 3 want to get to position 3A without running over car number 4. And of course, car number 2 and car number 4, well, you know, they have their own purpose, right? So to understand that we're all different drivers and we're moving along with the car, but we exist. We exist collectively as drivers, and the cars exist collectively as cars. And so there's a coexistence. And so to exist, all have to absorb and emit energy. And to move, they all have to emit and absorb energy. And so the emission and absorption of energy is part of the transmission coexistence. So coexistence is a relationship. And there's a feeding coexistence, and there's a motion feeding and coexistence. Likewise, there's a feedback coexistence. And so likewise, there's a motion feedback and coexistence. So when we talk about coexistence, we have to take into account motion. And so the relationship between coexistence and motion is the discussion. So when we look at the earth space embodiment, which is our stability, we find that the math space is undependable, right? Because there's 8 billion of us, so there's too many variables. The earth space is that common denominator for us. The earth space is definitely more dependable, isn't it? And so we find that the earth, as it rotates, not only rotates around its y-axis pole, it also rotates collectively around the sun. And so the earth is a magrav, and the cycles are magrav dependent. And of course, the frequencies of those cycles are also magrav dependent. So the containment of everything is magrav dependent. And this is all based on nearness and proximity and coexistence filtering, right? Because something is something as opposed to something else. So the field is part of the Gans binding. And so there's an excessive input which causes the rotation. And in order to have a field release, we have to have an extreme offsetting off of this energy. And it has to be stable. So what we're seeking is plasma stability. And so we need to start being the fans of man. Stop fighting and bring world peace, and understand the nature of transmission has to do with the release of the binding energy. And this precedes the retrieval of the beneficial energy. So field release precedes field capture. So the giving precedes the taking. Emission precedes the absorption. And motion itself cannot exist without coexistence, because motion is a product of existence, and motion and coexistence reside in both matter states. There's the plasma dominant matter state and the physically dominant matter state. And the plasma dominant state precedes the physical dominant matter state. And we know this because of the magnetical positioning of the hydrogen spectrum, which is a product of the coexistence of the gravitational field forces of the sun interacting with the gravitational field forces of the earth. And then we get this uniqueness, this hydrogen spectrum. And that hydrogen spectrum is constant. So what is the center of this dimension? Okay, so we know that it's not man-space centric. And it's probably Earth space centric with respect to our current position, right? And when we look at the sun space, well, we can't conclude anything there because we're still in our Earth space. But we understand that the containment is dimension centric and that proximity is dimension centric. But now we have motion and coexistence, and they're transdimensional. Because the motion and coexistence was there before, and the motion and coexistence is there after. So when we talk about the matter plasma dimension, one is the feeding dimension and one is the feedback dimension. And our problem is that we are feedback dominant because we rely exclusively on what we can see and what we can touch. And we ignore the rest, even though we understand that there's a coexistence positioning, right? We can say we have a one-track mental binding as a containment, but we understand that we also have this excessive emotional input and this extreme output, this extreme offsetting of ideas, wishes, courage, and love. And so these are all part of the field release cycles from a containment. And when we give, we still exist. So what we exist coexists with us. What we haven't determined is its position. Because we've only done half the chore, and that's to give. And so when we look at the post-November the 11th, 2023 era of choices, we have choices. And that choice is actually no choice. That choice is to engage with Earth space, inner space, and outer space, all part of this interaction of the transmutation space and that bountiful space, which takes us to that graceful space, that greater oneness that we've been trying for 526 knowledge seeker workshops in a row. That's over 10 years now, trying to transcend the limitations of nuclear science and introducing the plasma science. And we're calling all plasma research teams to convene. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers. There's a World Peace Treaty. Sign it. Sign it sincerely. Is man cornered in a two-dimensional universe? Can man find heaven through the field transmission of vertical motion with the guidance of forward motion and perpendicular rotation? but we're constantly searching for the heartbeat frequency of truth. Coexistence and motion are foundational for transmission. Plasma science needs to continue to be delivered daily in exchange for peace on Earth. So, welcome to the new outer space age. And not only is this the end of the lesson, but this is the end of the intermediate transmission series. So thank you very much for allowing me to present, and I hope you enjoyed this trip. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Alex. Let's see if we can get some feedback from our participants. Joseph had put in the chat earlier, without GAN's production, most products are obsolete. Or are the products we know further supported? Joseph, do you want to elaborate? Maybe we can open that question up if you're still here. Okay, no problem. How about any of the other participants? Would you like to raise a question, or does Alex need to water this teaching down further so that an interaction happens?
Well, remember, Mark, that most of the panel here are mature students, and they have a deeper understanding. We have to understand that the purpose of this whole thing is to try and somehow take the seriously advanced teachings of Mr. Keshe in the Knowledge Seekers workshops and try and make it easier for new knowledge seekers to learn. There are a few fundamental things that I've had to go through. Well, the purpose of it, of course, is that there are a lot of things that we learned that were wrong, and they were limiting, and they're still taught today. And in fact, they're even more limiting today, simply because they have stopped any progress in the science. So, you know, I could say as a senior citizen that, you know, the hopes and aspirations that I had as a teenager have in many ways not been fulfilled from a technological standpoint, because the quality of our life has diminished. How can it be possible that the technology is advancing and the quality of life is diminishing? Unless there's this relationship where the rate of diminishing of quality and the rate of increase of technology is constant. Well, that could be. And so there are many who work on that basis. But fortunately, we weren't born with that attitude and that knowledge. So the question is what attitude, what knowledge were we born with? And as Mr. Keshe has stated quite clearly in English, easy to be translated, we were born with all the knowledge that we need. And all the knowledge that we need is the knowledge of the universe. So how can we be selective of that knowledge? And how can we determine when it's appropriate to be so selective? We have to make this decision if we go to a, shall we say, Chinese buffet. There's one in Toronto. They have maybe 200 different dishes of food there, way more than I can eat. And so I like it all, but I can't eat it all. So I have to be very selective. But is my selection today going to be the same as my selection next week? There is a prejudice. I had a meal there last month and I liked it. And so maybe I'd like to have it again. Or maybe I'd like to explore. So in that regard, we have choices. But when we say we don't have any choice, the reason we don't have any choice is because our motion and our coexistence are beyond our choice. The choice to move is only when and where to move, not the ability to move. So if we are in the process of limiting our coexistence and limiting our motion, well, that is a choice that is in an earthbound reality. And so many of us are stuck in traffic because we have to coexist. We have to, well, go along to get along. But now we have an opportunity to have different choices. So where we can maintain our motion and we can maintain our coexistence. Because when I was a teenager, I was engaged in a coexistence and emotion, even though I didn't understand it, uneducated, too young to know any better, I guess, except I was of the belief that as we grew older, as we had the technology, that the quality of life would improve. And for some, you could say, yes, it has, but it's a very small percentage overall. And so when you analyze that and you say, well, was the quality of life a competition and that someone was winning and the rest of us are losers? Well, we don't have to choose that anymore. We have no choice. We're all winners. We're all winners. And that winning started 20 years ago in earnest. And we're all part of it. We're part of the new transmission. And so please enjoy the journey because the quality of life will definitely improve. Over to you, Mark.
Okay, let's go back to our participants. We're hoping you'll share some of your thoughts or ideas of what Alex covered, or perhaps something Alex didn't cover that you're interested in. I think he has a wide scope of understanding and be happy to address your issues, concerns, or questions.
So I want to thank everybody for allowing me to continue to present. I mean this sincerely. This is a real honor and a privilege, and it's definitely challenging. But you know, we're all being challenged, and that challenge is an annealing process. And in terms of annealing, that's a strengthening process. So we're all gaining in field strength as a result of it. The most important thing that we need to take away from this whole thing is that we have limitations imposed, and those limitations are being dissolved. So anytime when we decide who we are and what we are is an imposition of a limitation. So look at the bigger scheme, and you'll find that you'll be bigger still, and you'll have more field strength and be able to do more, be more, and be more effective in your transmission. So now we know that there aren't any boundaries in that regard. So look forward to a very, very exciting future. And remember where you were once we crossed the watershed. And you're all part of that new group of pioneers, shall we say. What a wonderful journey. So thanks again, everybody.
Thank you. Back to the enhancement unit where we saw the fella in Linz trying to pick up stones on the moon. The arm was moving and so forth. Is this coexistence of positioning? Wasn't he on the moon at the same time in the enhancement unit? Mr. Keshe said if we had a special container, he could have manifested the rocks. He could have put them in the container in the universal unit, and the material that he was picking up would have manifested, but you need a special container for that. But is that the coexistence positioning where he was in the unit? We saw him physically in the unit, and then we saw his arm moving, and he described himself picking up stones on the moon. So obviously he had some what appeared to be physicality on the moon, but it was in the dimension of energy. His actual physicality was in the unit. So is this coexistence positioning?
Yes. Yeah, and now you're going to say, oh, you know, this is above my pay grade. No, no, you hit the nail on the head.
Yeah. Right. So again, if the universe exists within us, do we have to go anywhere physically? I know everybody wants to transmute and move it, but if 95% of the universe is in energy dimension, you're missing it. Oh, here's another question. You know, you saw the video from NASA with these entities?
Okay.
You saw that, right?
Yeah.
So Mr. Keshe said they hadn't taken on physicality. That's one of, they take, absorb, and give off lots of energy and so on, but they never took the dimension of physicality. How could we see them? I think I know the answer. How could we see them if they have no physicality? What was the light reflecting off an energy pack? I think the answer is in the amino acids, but how could we see them if they took no dimension of physicality? How could NASA record them if they have no dimension of physicality, but they were just in the energy dimension? He said they didn't take on physicality. That's one of the reasons. And they're highly intelligent and live hundreds of thousands of years, and we're dependent on them. We're sort of under their shadow in a way, but how could we see them if they were in the dimension of energy and no physicality? What were we seeing?
Okay, before I answer that question, you suggested that you knew the answer.
Yep.
Would you like to offer that answer so that I can dissect it?
Yeah, we're in the same amino acid strength as they are. Mr. Keshe explained it. He said it's the same amino acid as the fish, the same amino acid as us, and they have the same amino acid structure. So this allows us, apparently, I mean, I'm just guessing, that we could see them in the dimension of energy because we're in the same amino acid strength. Could that be?
Okay, Mark. So You have the field strength of the soul, right?
No, the amino acid strength of the entities. That's why we're able to look at them in the dimension of energy.
Yeah, but first of all, before you
Okay.
look at them, they have to have a dimension of the soul.
Well, yeah, everything has a soul.
Right. Okay. And the fact that you could see them meant that there was some kind of physicality. So,
Well, he said they didn't take on any physicality.
well, you saw them though. And then
Right.
seeing is part of physicality. Seeing is part of the physical matter state. Okay. So what I'm saying to you,
Are you sure about that?
100%, buddy.
Okay.
If you look at the soul, and if you look at the physicality, can you tell me what is missing?
As I understand it, they did not have any, they haven't taken on any physicality.
No, but you've seen
The energy spectrum at our amino acid level.
right. Okay, so I'll repeat. They had a soul and they had a manifestation of physicality. What is missing?
They didn't. We saw them in the dimension of energy. Because their
Yeah,
amino
but that
acid
dimension
is,
of energy was in physicality.
okay.
No, I'm
Again,
really
just an anomaly, just a small anomaly.
small anomaly, not really. Huge anomaly, because I'm gonna, put you down this funnel here. Okay, so we're going from a satellite down to an earthworm, okay? So what's missing? You have the soul and the physicality. What's missing?
Does it start with an E?
No, it starts with a soul.
I was thinking emotion, but I'm sure they have emotion.
Yeah, but emotion is part of the energy. I'm talking about a manifestation. So if I may, it's a tough question. So, and it's a good question that you're asking.
All right, wait. I was just thinking, when you see an apparition or a ghost, does that have any physicality? But you're
Yeah,
still seeing it.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But what is it?
It's in the same amino acid spectrum as you have. He said they had the same amino acid as the
Yes,
fish
but
in the sea and us, so that's why we can see them in the dimension of energy. Perhaps. Just guessing.
okay. Maybe I'm being a little too harsh with you. The soul of the body is what's missing. Because the manifestation of the physicality is the inertia field of the soul and the soul of the body. Do we agree?
You better slow that down and say it again. You said the soul of physicality is missing.
Right.
They haven't taken on a physicality ever. So there
No,
wouldn't be any
they haven't
physicality.
taken on a physicality.
Mhm.
But what we're seeing is a physicality.
I disagree.
Well, you can't see it if it isn't physical.
If it's at the same amino acid strength, I think you can.
Right.
Obviously, if they haven't taken on a physicality and they're in the dimension of energy and you're seeing it, it's because your amino acids and their amino acids are on the same field strength.
Correct. Correct. And now you know that the body has something that is similar. It's called an aura. And we can see that with the Kirlian photography. Right? So you can't see the physicality, but you can see the aura. So the aura is the representative of the energy of the soul of the body.
But you said they have no soul of physicality. Didn't
No,
you,
I
or
said
did
they
I
have,
say that? You said they had
you
a
said
soul of
that.
physicality.
They have a soul of physicality. We just agreed that they didn't have a physicality.
Mhm. Okay, no problem. Probably needs to
Okay,
be
so
opened up further.
yeah, well, I put you in a corner on
No,
that.
you didn't. No, not at all.
Well, it's we have to understand that there's a difference. So if you were looking at the soul, it's non-visible. If you're looking at the soul of the body, it's non-visible. But if that soul of the body is interacting with the environment, then you can see that aura. So it hasn't manifested in physicality,
So
but the
you're
aura,
saying we're seeing an aura. We're not seeing the
that's what
actual
I'm saying.
entity.
That's correct. And the reason I wanted to say that to you is because according to that video, and I'm really glad that you brought up that video. I mean, you and I, let's make sure that everybody in this panel understands, did not plan this. Okay, you put that video directly in front of my video, and here is the slide that is representative of that video. Okay, now how do we communicate that? Okay, now when you look at the one thing that I didn't discuss on this slide, I discussed the ships and the planes and the satellites, but I did not discuss these spirits. And why are these spirits at that level? You don't see them out of an airplane. You don't see them out of a warplane. And maybe without a special camera, you wouldn't be able to see them. But in a satellite, NASA was able to see them. So they're in a specific location and a specific range between the path that a warplane would take and the path that a satellite would take. What's in that path?
Anyone?
And yeah, I was just going to say, anyone hazard a guess?
Inertia.
Okay, so let's make a definitive statement here. This is the peace dome. This is the convergence point. This is the magnetically stable point between the sun and the earth and the creator. The peace dome is the home. It's the convergence point. These souls have not manifested into the physicality. They come as close as they dare. It's the rest of us here who manifest into the physicality. And what happens as a result? We have to dumb down, reduce in field strength. To manifest in the physicality, we had to reduce in field strength to come into this Earth space landing point. They are within our sphere of influence, shall we say, but they are not in physicality. And so NASA has maybe accidentally proven that it's there. So, you know, when you say seeing is believing, anyone who's clairvoyant can see an aura. So
that's off the physicality, isn't it? The aura is
Correct.
coming off the physicality, but they don't have that dimension of physicality. But
Well,
anyway,
the field strength of the physicality, they just haven't, what do you call it, diluted into the field of physicality. They're just, you know, representing that physicality. Why would that physicality, shall we say, that aura of physicality, why would that manifest? Because it is interacting with the field strength of the planet and its peace dome. That's why. In order for us to manifest in physicality, we have to interact with another field. That's the reason we are in the physicality, because the earth is in the physicality. So, you know, we can't manifest in the physicality if earth is not here. Earth has to be here first. So that's why you cannot depend on, you know, this dimension that we have on this plane. You can depend on man. And for centuries, man was at the center of the universe. Because if you were to say that man was not at the center of the universe, I think you were beheaded or something like that, something very ungraceful. So, you know, we call that censorship, right? So it was at some point that man decided, well, the earth was at the center of the universe. And then that was wrong because they realized that the sun was at the center of the universe. You know, because if the earth was at the center of the universe, then the planets would all collide. So someone figured out, but they had to be very secretive about that because that too was heresy. So, you know, this all had to do with the forms of censorship, which were limitations on the knowledge. Well, now we're transcending this knowledge. So we know about the Kirlian photography, and we know that it's an aura, and we have people who are clairvoyants, and they can actually see these souls in the upper atmosphere. Because a clairvoyant can actually see the soul, and a clairvoyant can see different colors of the soul. And if he can see different colors, that means those colors are in the physicality. And you can see the change of those colors because those colors are affected by the emotion. So the emotion affects the wavelength and the frequency of that energy field. And as such, it changes the color. And so the color can change whatever it is. So, you know, if it's red, you're lying. And if you're, you know, ultraviolet, well, you are sincere. And so a clairvoyant can see that. And so if they see you coming, they will do one or two things. They will step aside and let you pass, or they will stick out a hand and say, "Hi, friend," and shake your hand. And then you have to ask yourself, well, gee, how did they know that? Well, because they could see the energy emanating from your soul, and the soul will never lie. And so this is it's not a revelation. It's not really ground shaking. It's only upsetting to people who discount this. And so, you know, if you are flying in a warplane or you're flying in a satellite, you are feedback dominant. You are physically dominant. And then you engage with these souls and they show you their aura and you say, oh, well, that's foo-foo powder. or something. So I never questioned when this came. What I wanted to understand was the position. And I could never understand that position until I understood that the physical position was determined by an engagement with an environment. And so that environment is Earth. So that area there, it's not magnetical and it's not gravitational. It's in a balance point, and that balance point is invisible. If you go above it, you're magnetical. If you go below it, you're gravitational. And so that's why warplanes can only fly so high. They fly higher than commercial planes, but they only fly so high. Then if they exceed that speed, then they may go into the level with the satellites. And if they continue, they'll go outside of that, and that's considered a rocket. And so we have decided to travel between magravs, well, let's say the Earth and the Moon, and we use a rocket. But we had to go through the Peace Dome, and we had to go through this plane where we have all of these souls. See, the question that we're answering today is what's going on there, and why is it going on, and why there, right? But I have other questions. And that question is, I mean, if we get together for a Zoom meeting, we're all here together. And if you go, say, to the mall, everybody's walking around, and you don't really hit each other unless you're careless. But you can navigate through that with your own path, even though it may be a crooked line. But everybody's kind of milling around, and it's not what you would call a group session. So what I was noticing with all those souls is that they just seem to be milling around. So what's hard for me to understand, and I'm only limiting it to that point of view, is what exactly are they doing? They're not bowling, they're not watching TV, they're not playing video games, they're not having a coffee in a coffee shop. And yet they're more intelligent than we are. They are happier than we are. They're more peaceful than we are. And
they have a brain, they have a kidney, they have a liver.
Yeah.
But never taken the dimension of physicality. So they have an energy structure. Could I share your screen with you?
Yes, you want me to stop sharing?
No, I'm gonna just take over. Randy sent a couple of pictures. And let's see if we can put these up here and get some comment. Alex, did you get to finish your thought before we go to this? I just thought I'd bring these up.
Oh, no, I definitely did. As I say, I've with that last question, I've kind of gone beyond, the topic that we've been talking about. But, the purpose of this slide here was to answer your question, but that brought on more questions for me, and I just wanted to throw that out to you. So maybe you can ponder that and answer that to me next time.
I'll laugh along with you. Go ahead, Randy. Can we have
these are pictures of the full moon. You don't see this with your physical eyes. You don't see what you see in these two pictures. Now, the interesting thing I'd like to ask Alex is, I put a small Keshe butterfly on the back of my cell phone. So is the butterfly changing the ability of the cell phone to capture different dimensions? Because if you just look in the sky that night, all you seen was the full moon. but you didn't see that purple aura or all the other energy things that are in the sky.
I don't really know the answer to that question because there's one factor that's missing. What would the picture look like without the butterfly?
You don't see any, all you'd see is just a black moon. Just let me see if I can find another one.
Oh, so what you're saying
we'll
is,
put it right next to it. in front
Yeah.
of it. Okay.
so Randy, what you're saying is that what you see with the naked eye and what you see with the camera would be the same. But
No,
once
it's totally different. You don't see that. You don't see that purple in the picture on the left. You don't see that purple Pete around the moon. Then I'll send Mark the video.
No, Randy, you said that you don't see that purple thing with your naked eye.
No, you don't.
Okay, and
You
so
don't.
if you were to take the butterfly off and take that picture, you're also saying you wouldn't see the purple.
I don't know because I've never done that.
Ah, okay. Well, that was the one question that it was missing in order for
Then
me to
I
answer
will
the question.
send Mark the video now.
Because the question, as I understand it, is what you were asking, was the butterfly causing this purple emission? Is that the question?
That's the question I'm asking because is it causing and to create an energy field around those lenses to pick up? I wouldn't say it's not invisible because it is there, but it's not on the frequency of our eyes.
And there you have it.
These were all taken, I took the still pictures first, then I took the video. Same camera.
There seems to be a faint, I'm just going to call it aura, that is running totally around the moon as well. And it's still there, but it's not as obvious as what it was before.
No, and that's the thing that I was surprised at when I come in the house and looked at it. The fact that the video, I thought, I'll get more with the video, and then but the sky's black. Yet when you took the skills,
Randy.
Yes, Elias.
Have you checked the ISO ratings of your video versus the ISO ratings of your still on your camera?
Oh, now
Because
you're talking a language I don't know. How would
Yeah.
I check that in my phone?
You go to your settings, and then your phone should have the ISO. The ISO is basically the shutter speed and sensitivity of the lens that captures the light. So the ISO settings should be the same, identical in both. And when that happens, the amount of light shining on your sensor will be equal. So then you can make oranges with oranges, apples with
to
apples comparison.
yep.
Yeah. So check your ISO, check your shutter speed, make sure they're the same, and then you can compare the two and see if any differences.
Yeah, but
Where do I
was
find
this-
those settings? When I turn the camera on, or do they list it in like the settings?
It should be under settings. Now, again, not all smartphones have that, depending on the app. Some apps, especially the more advanced ones, will have those settings, whereas the apps that come with your phone normally don't have it because most people don't need them. Because a lot of these smartphones have auto, and under auto, it sets the ISO dynamically, so you don't need to bother. But you need to set your camera on manual. Once you do that, you can play around with the settings. But then again, it all depends on your app. So if that's not available, if you really want to do it scientifically, just get a camera. Get any digital camera, set it to manual, and then go to your settings and then make sure that the ISO setting is the same for video and also the same for still pictures. So any digital camera should be able to do that for you. if your smartphone doesn't have that facility.
Now,
Okay.
were these pictures taken before or after the lander tipped over? I think one of the legs ended up in a small crater or something, and they didn't realize it. And it became unstable, perhaps. Obviously, it wasn't a solid landing position. I think there was some depressions or something that they didn't foresee. Again, I'm just guessing.
Well, it only had 6 legs.
Right, right. Yeah, that should have been more stable, but again, we don't know exactly, and there's no real wind on the moon, is there? To sort of push it over. But fields can do some interesting things as well. Maybe Santa Claus was there, I don't know. Okay. Anything else on these beautiful photos? Obviously, this is a place that'll be colonized in the very near future. Probably could happen in the next 24 months, but depending on how the Chinese government, I know they're talking 2030. Mr. Keshe says it can be done much sooner. And maybe some of us will actually be there. He did say, jokingly, I think, but he did say we'd have the champagne ready when they arrived.
You're very confident that that will be the case, that the moon will be colonized first? You're confident?
This is the what Mr. Keshe had verbalized. But again, things, you know, we were going to capture CO2 and then we're not capturing CO2. So things can change again.
Well, the question that I want to ask is, it's been over 50 years since we've sent a vehicle. Why?
Some people say we were warned off of the moon.
Okay, so that's a good reason.
Maybe there are space programs that are already there. This is just for public consumption.
Oh, yeah, so many possibilities, right?
Mm-hmm. 100%.
Well, this is why when we start dealing with the soul, we start dealing with the truth. Okay, because that's just the way it is in the universe. So I think the gamesmanship, you know, in the beginning was fun. So, you know, I think if you're playing a soccer game or any kind of game, you know, it's fun, it's entertainment. But you know, to play war, yeah, that may excite the, you know, emotional juices, but it's not fun. Well, it's only fun as long as, I guess, you're alive, and it's only fun if you don't get wounded. Actually, you know, getting wounded is probably worse than getting killed, because now you have to live the good life. It's it is not contributing to the quality of your life, and it's not contributing to the quality of life on this planet. So I submit that, you know, what you were showing there in that video, these are all the beings that are contributing to the welfare of this planet. And every night we engage with them. And sometimes we listen, but most times we don't. We just tell the soul to shut up and mind its own business, and insist on being the dominant feedback physicality. So this is the message that we're trying to do, so that we can differentiate between the plasma reality and the physical reality. And all of us need to be able to convey that. Well, first of all, we need to understand that. And once we understand that, then we need to be able to convey that to others. And we need to teach them. And we need to do it in our own way. So for some people, you know, they'll always ask why? And it's nice to have more and more answers. But what is really confidence building, and I didn't totally understand that, like the way it was described in the last little bit. We're born with this knowledge, so we don't have to search for it. We just have to trust that it's there and that it'll come to us when we need it. But we need to have more faith in that than we have in our own physicality, and understand that our physicality has a purpose. So this is a message that we have to convey to the rest of the people, because in too many cases, the majority of people are experiencing a meaningless and purposeless existence. And that is a sad state of affairs. And it's a wasteful it's a wasteful product of good energy. And this earth needs our good energy. And we all need it too. So this is the new outer space age. So thanks again, everybody. And thanks, Randy, Mark, and Diane, and the whole team.
Okay, I just thought I'd read this. You talk about it's for you and really nobody else. Now, this brings into focus a lot of teachings of the past. They're all coming together to give you time, place, position, manifestation, transportation, transmutation, and everything else that is in your hand. And no one can touch it. No one can reach you with it unless they want to find a way to steal it from you. In a way, taking it from you or connecting to you to use your resources than theirs. Anyone want to explain this? As he said, it's for you to find it within yourself, not anyone else. And it's all what this knowledge, as you say, Alex, means to you. And there are no wrong positions. I don't think one star says to the other star, you're not shining bright enough, or you're in the wrong position. What are you doing there? This is my space, or change your color, and so on and so forth. We were just showing the pictures that Randy had shared with us, and looking for some sort of anomaly or explanation. But as we heard from another participant, that you kind of have to have it set up in a certain way that all the settings are very similar. Again, I'm not very good with these mechanisms, so. But thank you for sharing, Randy. They are beautiful pictures, and I'm sure we'll be there in the next number of years in one way or the other, not taking any copper or cement or any of the other things that you would think you would need to colonize, as Mr. Keshe will be teaching the creation of the fields to create domes. But again, this has to be taught. I think the C60 is involved in that. But there's so much more. We're just scratching the surface. Yes? Anyone? Selena, I noticed you just came in. Is there something you'd like to share? You always seem to have a dream or a story or something you wanted to share.
Yeah, last week I shared my dream in Keshe teaching. I never go there because a lot of people watch those. I want to hide.
You're a little shy?
Yeah. And those are not for those plays, you know, the channel problem, those kinds of stuff. So whatever we are doing, where we are going, it is, I already explained little by little, right? Step by step, little here, little there. If I uh, uh, everything take together like a Bengali teaching and your players and here and there, then Rick players. So there is a lot of information of whatever happening with me, uh, uh, and whatever Mr. Kesh is talking about, the same thing, almost same thing, uh, almost not same thing.
Do you like the idea of the new material being released, this cosmic ray plasmatic material? I don't know if you happen to see that.
Yeah, I did.
You did?
Yeah, everything helps. Everything helps. What um, the enhancement machine, whatever it is trying to give us, it helps. But you have to remember first, everything with us. And these are tools to help go there. If you try yourself, you can go anywhere. And I never try anything. I never read Mr. Keshe's book, but I understand and it's happening to me. I am not a special person. I don't do anything. Just do sometimes meditation if I get time. And my heart is open, and I feel everything is mine. And in Bengali teaching, I always say everything is mine, and I am everybody's. So I feel that, and I say that thing, that sentence.
We did cover that. He said, if you understand the teachings, you can create a transmutation system without matter state and without Ganses. But if you're not able to achieve that, he said, we have an offer for you. And it does sound like this offer is almost like an easy pass. He compared it to some sort of toll where you need to have the right combination to go through the toll or to pay the toll. And I think this material is like, in a way, an easy pass. They have that so people don't have to get and make change and find the right. You just sort of drive right through. And apparently this is going to bring some even more phenomenal changes beyond our imagination. We'll have to see when people come back from Sanya. I think they'll be exposed to some of this material probably before it actually arrives at anyone's place. So we'll probably hear a lot from the people that were there.
Yeah, we'll see a lot of people, getting this experience.
But it's just another game changer. And he said this is only one material, and there'll be combinations of materials, I think, offered depending on which part of the universe you'd like to connect to.
Yeah. Another thing, see that way. We are part of God, but we are made from God particle, right? We are part of God.
I am you. Yeah, he said, it's me. You just put some skin and some physicality and some lipstick on it.
Right.
Me.
Yeah. So we have everything. So
agree.
The God there is no beginning, there is no ending, right? We are always there and
well,
everywhere.
There was a beginning, I think he mentioned, but there is no ending. You're correct.
Yeah. So we are everywhere. So if we want to go somewhere else, why shouldn't go? We can go because we have the blueprint with us. So
you're doing it every night. We're all doing it every night. We're calling it something else, but it's the work of the soul.
Right. So just looking different way. We are so close, and the structure, everything like the education system and the religious system, all systems, they are making us to not believe that.
Isn't that a concerted effort? People say they don't believe in conspiracies, but I think you just pointed out a few.
Yeah. So if we leave those, so we can do everything.
Agree. No limitations at all.
Yeah, yeah. That is. Thank you.
Very good. Is there any other participants or panelists who'd like to bring something up for Alex, or any other parts we may have missed that you'd like to share? And again, if it's on the tip of your tongue, I think it's good to share it, but it's up to you. I know I've done that a number of times and then hear it brought up later, and I said, gee, I could have shared something about that earlier.
I would just like to tie up a couple of loose ends that you brought up, Mark. One was the camera work that Randy produced. We have seen that with the naked eye as well, but you know we because we've never had an explanation, we've never noticed it, or we haven't commented, or you know, when we were younger, we didn't have the social networking to be able to communicate with other people and say, oh, well, did you see this here? Take a picture of this and I'll show you that. So in that way, the technology has shown us that there's some other anomalies that are out there, and they do need explaining because they're there. We can clearly see them. But the other thing is that regardless of which calendar you look at, so you know whether you're saying our humanity is only 6,000 years or 12,000 years old or whatever, and the question becomes as to why we need the Keshe technology. And so if we talk about many of the you know beings that we look up to, okay, like Buddha, God, or Jesus, Muhammad, you know, they weren't able to do it, and there's a reason why, and one of the ways, or one of the reasons why, is because they didn't want to interfere, and it appeared as if it was magic, and as Mr. Keshe says, if it's magic, you don't believe it. But the point that I want to make is that regardless of who the religion was or who the belief system was, we've never been able to accomplish it, and after thousands of years. So, if you keep doing the same thing and expect different results, we understand that that's a failure. So we have to try something different. And the question is this a theory or is this a fact? Does it work? Have we achieved that? And of course, you can be pretty certain that within our generation, it has come about. We can be pretty certain that it has come about in fits and starts previous to that. But the other thing that we're very, very certain of is the censorship and the disavowing of the knowledge, and just basically trying to sweep it under the carpet. So in one way or another, there's always been some form of suppression, and for some kind of ulterior motive. So without having to add to that, the point of the matter is that it hasn't happened. So now we're doing something different. And we are definitely, when you do something different, you're expecting different results. So you can say, oh, well, we don't really need it, but all along we didn't really need it. And pretty much all along we didn't do it. So we don't need to ask the question if we need it. Well, now we have it, and now we can use it, and now we can bring it into well, we need to bring that into our daily existence is what we need to do. Okay, and we need to do that in a very graceful way. And that's kind of the key. And the ticket for that is really in the peace dome, because the peace dome connects all the souls around this planet who have good intentions and love for this planet, and the planet itself that has its own self-love, and of course all the souls around the planet who are desperately seeking world peace, happiness, prosperity, and goodwill to all mankind and beyond. And now we know that there is a beyond, because the beyond already knows about us. It's just a matter of us acknowledging that. So that's the meaning and the purpose of what we're doing. And if that isn't exciting, I don't know. Over to you. Thank you so much.
I want to say
Of
hello,
course.
Alex, and hello, Mark, and hello, everybody. I didn't come. Long time no seen. So I missed you. I opened the Zoom. I was thinking, oh, there is still there or not. So I'm lucky. I'm glad I got it.
Good. Nice to hear your
Thank you.
voice as well. Thank you for sharing today.
Thank you.
And just remember, we have the One Planet, One Nation, One Race on Tuesday in the public Zoom room. And you're all invited and you're all part of that. On Wednesday, of course, is the reactor group, Keshe Plasma Reactor Group, in the same Zoom room, or now on Vimeo. I think a live stream has been absorbed into Vimeo, so you can go to the Vimeo, and the playback is much, much better. There's very little buffering. At least that was my experience so far. I know the live stream used to really tangle me up in trying to play through an archived video, but we don't seem to have that with Vimeo. So you can join the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group at Wednesday, 7 a.m. Central European Time. You can bring your questions, you can bring your systems or anything you've created, or any other subject. Rick has a far-reaching program where we can discuss almost anything, normally in connection with the plasma technology, but not always. And then, of course, on Thursday at usually 9 a.m. Central European Time in the public Zoom room, or again on Vimeo or YouTube, you can hear the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. You can also go on our YouTube channel and review a number of the videos there. Of course, on Friday, we have the Brazilian teaching. As we reviewed, you can join them for daily intentions or the intention on Wednesday at 6 p.m. CET time. And the usual first weekend of every month, which is coming up not this Saturday, I don't think, but the following Saturday, you have the, well, wait a minute, let me just check the calendar. I think it would be this, wouldn't it be this? Yes, this coming Saturday, you have a question and answer with Marie and Claudia, question and answer from the Universal Council. So you can join them on YouTube as well. And so there's many offerings in the other language communities, in the Italian, in the German, in the Dutch, and so on and so forth. So there's many opportunities for you to interact. You can find all those things probably on the social medias, if I understand it. But here's a message for all of you. May you be proud of the work you do, the person you are, and the difference you make. Thank you all for joining us today. I'm going to play another video that Alex has voiced over. I think it was created by the Brazilian team. And it'll help you understand more about keeping Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And of course, you can volunteer on the website and join some of these sessions. Yes, you have to pay for research, you have to pay for the sessions, but this will be explained in the video. And then I'll play the final disclaimer and the meeting will come to an end. So this video will last about 7 minutes. Feel free to share it, pass it around into your networks, wherever it may go. Because again, we don't want to tie the foundation's hands with $1 billion to pay scientists and years and years and years of research to get anything out. So that's why Mr. Keshe has taken it in this way. So you can all be part of that. And we thank you again for being here today. Thank you, Alex, and everyone else who've participated on the matter state level or on the silent line of communication, which is a beautiful way. You'll probably won't hear too many voices out in the universe, but it'll all be conveyed by emotional impressions. So thank you all, and have a great rest of your day, evening, or morning. And as we say, be happy, be well, and be peaceful.
Keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent, and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. You are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you can consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new covers appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create a condition? Would you like to change the screen, please? Right. Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby the way we did with a tooth from thousands of kilometers away without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors, with a new technology, remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials is done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new dimension.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.